3 as, 1b, and 2 cs. The 1950s. 767s. With lowercase letters, however, an S without an apostrophe can seem to create a different word, is, or an abbreviation, ms, so add an apostrophe. The apostrophe and S are Roman even if the letter is italic, see 22.2.2. X's and Y's. 20.1.2.3 Abbreviations. Form plurals of abbreviations without internal periods by adding S alone. If the singular form of the abbreviation ends in a period, put the S before the period. See 24.1.3 on the punctuation of abbreviations. For academic degrees, see 24.2.3. URLs. DVDs. PhDs. Volume. EDS. A few abbreviations have irregular plurals, see also 24.7. Pages. Plural of P, page. NN. Plural of N, note. If you are writing in the sciences and using abbreviations for units of measure, see 24.5, use the same abbreviation for both the singular and the plural. 6 kilograms. 37 m2. 20.1.2.4 Terms in italics and quotation marks. Form the plural of a term in italics by adding S alone, not S, in Roman type. Form the plural of a term in quotation marks by adding S or, better, rephrase the sentence. To Chicago Tribune S. Included many to be continueds. Or, better. Included many instances of to be continued. 20.2 Possessives. 20.2.1 General rule. Form the possessive of most singular common and proper nouns, including those that end in S, X, or Z, by adding an apostrophe, and S. This rule also applies to letters and numerals used as singular nouns, and to abbreviations. It also applies to proper names ending in S, whether or not the S is pronounced, as in the last three examples. Do not confuse possessives with plural forms, which are described in 20.1. For special cases, see 20.2.2. An argument's effects. The horse's mouth. 2018's economic outlook. The phalanx's advance. The waltz tempo. JFK's speech. Russ's suggestion. Descartes' discourse on method. Aristophanes's plays. Inanimate nouns except for references to time rarely take the possessive form. A day's length but not the house's door. Form the possessive of most plural common and proper nouns by adding only an apostrophe. For special cases, see 20.2.2. Politicians' votes not politicians' votes. The Rodriguez's house not the Rodriguez's house. For irregular plurals that do not end in S, add S after the apostrophe. The mice's nest. Children's literature. 20.2.2 Special cases. 20.2.2.1 Singular nouns ending in S. Form the possessive of the following types of nouns with only an apostrophe. Nouns that name a group or collective entity but are treated as grammatically singular. Politics true meaning. The United States role. Nouns in a few traditional for sake expressions that end in an S or an S sound. For goodness sake. For righteousness sake. But. For appearance's sake. To avoid an awkward result, rephrasing is sometimes the better option. For use of the abbreviation US in a case like the RST1 below, see 24.3.1. The role of the United States instead of the United States role. For the sake of appearance instead of for appearance's sake. 20.2.2.2 Compound words form the possessives of singular. Compound words by adding an apostrophe and s to the last word, even if the main noun is RST. His sister-in-law's business. The Attorney General's decision. Form the possessives of plural compounds in the usual way, by adding an apostrophe alone, unless the plural part comes RST, see 20.1.2. In that case, rephrase. District Attorney's decisions. But decisions of the Attorneys General. Not Attorneys General decisions. And not Attorneys General's decisions. 20.2.2.3 Multiple nouns. If a possessive indicates that two or more entities each possess something separately, make all the nouns possessive. New York's and Chicago's teams. Historians and economists' methods. If a possessive indicates that two or more entities possess something jointly, make only the last noun possessive. Minneapolis and Street. Paul's teams. Historians and economists' data. 20.2.2.4 Terms in italics and quotation marks. If a term in italics is possessive, both the apostrophe and the s should be in Roman type. Do not add a possessive to a term in quotation marks, rephrase the sentence. The Atlantic Monthly's editor. Admirers of Ode on a Grecian Urn. If the term ends in a plural form, add only an apostrophe, in Roman type. If it already ends in a possessive form, leave it alone or rephrase. The New York Times Online Revenue. Harper's editors, or the editors of Harper's. 20.3 Compounds and words formed with prefixes. Compounds come in three forms: hyphenated, open, with a space, not a hyphen, between elements, or closed, spelled as one word. Choosing the right one can be difficult. The best authority is your dictionary. If you cannot end a compound there, follow the principles in the following paragraphs to decide whether or not to hyphenate. If you cannot end the form in either place, leave the compound open. The patterns outlined below are not hard and fast rules. You will have to decide many individual cases on the basis of context, personal taste, or common usage in your discipline. Although much of the suggested hyphenation is logical and aids readability, some is only traditional. 20.3.1 Compounds used as adjectives. Some compounds are used only as adjectives. In most cases, hyphenate. such a compound when it precedes the noun it modies, otherwise leave it open. Before noun after noun. Open-ended question. Most of the questions were open-ended. Full-length treatment. Treatment is full length. Well-read. Students who are well-read. Thought-provoking. Commentary. Commentary was thought-provoking. Over-the-counter. Drug sold over the counter. The third largest town. The town was the third largest. Spelled out. Numbers that are spelled out. There are a few exceptions. If a compound that would normally be hyphenated is preceded and moded by an adverb, such as very, omit the hyphen. Before noun without adverb. Before noun with adverb. A well-known author. A very well-known author. An ill-advised step. A somewhat ill-advised step. Hyphenate compounds that begin with all or end with free. Before noun after noun. All-encompassing treatment. Treatment was all-encompassing. Toll-free call. The call was toll-free. Hyphenate compounds that end with the terms born, like, and wide. Both before and after the noun, unless the term is listed as closed in Merriam-Webster. Hyphenated closed, per Merriam-Webster. Foodborne. Airborne. Bell-like. Childlike. Chicago-wide. Worldwide. Comparative constructions beginning with such terms as more/most, less/least, and better/best should be hyphenated only when there may be confusion about whether the comparative term is modifying the adjective that follows within the compound or the noun after the compound. Modifying adjective. Modifying noun. Colleges produce more. We hired more skilled workers for skilled workers. The holidays. Constructions that consist of an adverb ending in -ly followed by an adjective are not compounds and should not be hyphenated in any context. Before noun after noun. Highly developed species. The species was highly developed. Widely disseminated. Literature. Literature has been widely disseminated. 20.3.2 Compounds used as both nouns and adjectives. Some compounds are primarily nouns but can also function as adjectives when they precede and modify another noun. Unlike some of the examples in 20.3.1, these compounds are rarely used as adjectives after a noun, and then only with a linking verb such as was or are, as in the third example below. In most cases, hyphenate such a compound when it precedes a noun that it modies, otherwise leave it open. Adjective before noun. Noun, or adjective after noun. A mountain climbing enthusiast. Mountain climbing became her specialty. A continuing education course. A program of continuing education. A middle-class neighborhood. Her neighborhood was middle class. There are a few exceptions. Some compounds are common enough to appear as nouns in standard dictionaries either as one word or hyphenated. Birth rate. Smartphone. Decision-making. Headhunting. For a compound that begins with E, short for electronic, X, or self, use a hyphen in all contexts. Two exceptions: email is spelled without the hyphen, and if self is preceded by un, the compound should be closed, as in unself-conscious, ex-husband, self-destructive, ebook, but, email. For a compound that ends with elect, use a hyphen in all contexts when the name of the office is only one word, but leave it open when the name is two or more words. President-elect, District Attorney-elect. For a compound formed by two coordinated nouns that could be joined by and, use a hyphen in all contexts. Actor-singer, city-state, mother-daughter relationship, parent-teacher conference. For a compound composed of directional words, use a closed compound. When the term describes a single direction, use a hyphen if the compound consists of coordinated nouns that could be joined with an or by. Northeast, southwest, a street running north-south, east-southeast winds. Compounds that identify family relationships vary in whether they are closed up or hyphenated. When in doubt, consult your dictionary. For the plural and possessive forms of in-law compounds, see 20.1.2 and 20.2.2, respectively. Grandfather, stepdaughter, step-grandmother, great-grandmother, son-in-law. Some familiar phrases are always hyphenated. Stick in the mud, jack of all trades. 20.3.2.1 Compounds including proper nouns. Leave open. Most compounds that include proper nouns, including names of ethnic groups, adjective before noun noun, or adjective after noun. African American culture. An African American has written. French-Canadian explorer. The explorer was French-Canadian. Middle Eastern geography. The geography of the Middle East. State Department employees employed by the State Department. Korean War veterans. Veterans of the Korean War. If, however, the RST term is shortened, use a hyphen. Indo-European languages. Origins that were Indo-European. If coordinated terms could be joined by and, hyphenate them. Israel-Egypt Peace Treaty. Spanish-English Dictionary. 20.3.2.2 Compounds including numbers. If a compound includes a number, hyphenate it if it precedes a noun that it modifies. Otherwise leave it open. For the use of numerals versus spelled out numbers, see Chapter 23. Adjective before noun noun, or adjective after noun. 50-year project. The project took 50 years. 21-year-old student. The student was 21 years old. 20th century. Literature. Studied the literature of the 20th century. Third floor apartment. She lived on the third floor. 214 days standoff that lasted 214 days. There are a few exceptions. Always hyphenate an age term used as a noun. A 21-year-old. 3 6-year-olds. Always leave open a compound including the word %, and give the number in Arabic numerals, see 23.1.3. A 15% increase. Increased by 15%. Always use a hyphen to spell a fraction with words. See 23.1.3 for use of numerals versus spelled out numbers in fractions. A 2/3 majority. A majority of 2/3. For a fraction beginning with half or quarter, use a hyphen when it precedes a noun that it modifies, otherwise leave it open. Adjective before noun noun, or adjective after noun. A half-hour session after a half-hour had passed. A quarter-mile run ran a quarter-mile. When the second part of a hyphenated expression is omitted, the suspended hyphen is retained, followed by a space, or, in a series, by a comma. But if the compounds are joined by two, as in a span of numbers, hyphenate the whole expression. 15 and 20-year mortgages. 5, 10, and $20 bills. But a 3 to 5 year gap, a single range. 20.3.3 Words formed with praxis. Words formed with praxis are normally closed, whether they are nouns. Postmodernism, verbs, misrepresent, adjectives, antebellum, or adverbs. Prematurely. Use a hyphen, however, in these cases. When the prex is combined with a capitalized word. Sub-Saharan but subdivision. Pro-Asian but pro-nuclear. When the prex is combined with a numeral. Pre-1950 but predisposed. Mid-80s but midlife. To separate two I's, two A's, or other combinations of letters or syllables that might cause misreading. Anti-intellectual but antidepressant. Intra-arterial but intramural. When the prex precedes a compound word that is hyphenated or open. Non-coffee drinking but non-belief. Post-high school but post-game. Two separate repeated terms in a double prex. Sub-entry. When a prex stands alone. Pre- and post-war. Macro- and microeconomics. These patterns apply to words formed with the following prexes, among others. Anti. Anti. Bi. Bio. Co. Counter. Cyber. Extra. Hyper. Infra. Inter. Intra. Macro. Mega. Meta. Micro. Mid. Mini. Multi. Neo. Non. Over. Post. Pre. Pro. Proto. Pseudo. Re. Semi. Socio. Sub. Super. Supra. Trans. Ultra. Under. Where two prexes apply to the same word, use a hyphen followed by a space for the RST prex. Over and under used. 20.4 Line breaks. 20.4.1 Breaks within words. For most papers, the only words that should be hyphenated at the ends of lines are those you have deliberately hyphenated, such as compounds. See 20.3. Set your word processor to align text left, with a ragged right margin, and do not use its automated hyphenation feature. If, however, you are required to use full justification, where both the left and right margins are aligned, you may have to hyphenate lines to avoid large gaps between words. If you use your word processor's automatic hyphenation feature, set it to limit to 3 the number of consecutive lines ending with hyphens. As your paper nears completion, review word breaks. In case you need to make any exceptions, you may need to turn off hyphenation for individual paragraphs or words. To manually add an end of line hyphen, insert an optional hyphen from your word processor's menu. For special formatting characters, when in doubt, consult your dictionary, which should indicate acceptable breaks with centered dots or similar devices in the main word entry. 20.4.2 Breaks over spaces and punctuation. Your word processor may allow certain types of undesirable or even unacceptable line breaks to occur over spaces or punctuation. Especially if you will be submitting a PDF or a printout, it is a good idea to review the null draft of your paper for such breaks. Initials. If initials are used in place of both a person's RST and middle names, include a space between them but do not allow them to break over a line. You can, however, allow a break before the last name. Because lines will re-out as you write your paper, it is best to replace such spaces with non-breaking spaces, available in most word processors. See also 24.2.1. MFK Fisher. MFK/Fisher. But not M/FK Fisher. Numbers and dates. Never allow a line break within numbers expressed as numerals, 25,000, or any terms consisting of numerals plus symbols, abbreviations, or units of measure, 10%, 6 pounds 460, 6:40 p.m., AD 1895. 245 ml. Use non-breaking spaces as needed. See Chapter 23 for more on numbers and date systems. Punctuation. Never allow a line to begin with a closing quotation mark, parenthesis, or bracket, and if this happens, it may be a sign of an extra, unneeded space before the mark. Never allow a line to end with an opening quotation mark, parenthesis, or bracket, also a sign of a possible errant space, after the mark. It is also best to avoid ending a line with a or 1, as at the beginning of a list. Use non-breaking spaces as needed. See Chapter 21 for more on punctuation and 23.4.2 for lists. Never allow an ellipsis to break over the line. Use your word processor's ellipsis character to prevent this problem. For more on ellipses, see 25.3.2. URLs and email addresses. Avoid breaking URLs and email addresses over lines. If you have to break one, insert the break after a colon or a double slash, before or after an equal sign or ampersand, or before a single slash, a period, or any other punctuation or symbol. Avoid inserting a hard return. Instead, use the optional break character in your word processor. Hyphens are frequently included as part of a URL or email address, and it's okay if a URL or email breaks at such a hyphen. To avoid confusion, however, never add a hyphen to indicate the break. http://www.press.uchicago.edu http://www.pressuchicago.edu http://www.press.uchicago.edu /books/subject HTML 21 punctuation 21.1 periods 21.2 commas 21.2.1 independent clauses 21.2.2 series 21.2.3 non-restrictive clauses and phrases 21.2.4 other uses 21.3 semicolons 21.4 colons 21.5 question marks 21.6 exclamation points 21.7 hyphens and dashes 21.7.1 hyphens 21.7.2 dashes 21.7.3 multiple dashes 21.8 parentheses and brackets 21.8.1 parentheses 21.8.2 brackets 21.9 slashes 21.10 quotation marks 21.11 apostrophes 21.12 multiple punctuation marks 21.12.1 omission of punctuation marks 21.12.2 order of punctuation marks. This chapter offers general guidelines for punctuation in the text of your paper. Some rules are clear-cut but others are not, so you often have to depend on sound judgment and a good ear. Special elements such as abbreviations, quotations, and source citations have their own guidelines for punctuation, which are treated in relevant chapters in this book. If you are writing a thesis or dissertation, your department or university may have specific requirements for punctuation, which are usually available from the Office of Theses and Dissertations. If you are writing a class paper, your instructor may also ask you to follow certain principles for punctuation. Review these requirements before you prepare your paper. They take precedence over the guidelines suggested here. For style guides in various disciplines, see the bibliography. 21.1 periods. A period ends a sentence that is a declarative statement, an imperative statement, or an indirect question. A period can also end a sentence fragment, if the context makes its rhetorical function clear, but this usage is rare in academic writing. In all these cases, the period is a terminal period, and, between sentences, should be followed by a single space. Consider the advantages of this method. The question was whether these differences could be reconciled. Put a period at the end of items in a vertical list only if the items are complete sentences, see 23.4.2. Otherwise, omit terminal periods, even for the last item, and do not capitalize the RST words. The report covers 3 areas. 1. The securities markets. 2. The securities industry. 3. The securities industry in the economy. Individual periods can also be used in other contexts, including abbreviations, see especially 24.1.3, and citations, 16.1.2 and 18.1.2, and also in URLs, 20.4.2, where they are often called dots. Strings of periods or dots can be used in quotations, see 25.3.2, where they are called ellipses, and in tables, 26.2.6, and front matter pages, A21, where they are called leaders. Do not use periods after chapter and part titles and most subheadings, see A22, or after table titles, 26.2.2. For periods in GUR captions, see 26.3.2. 21.2 commas. Commas separate items within a sentence, including clauses, phrases, and individual words. They are especially important when a reader might mistake where a clause or phrase ends and another begins. Before leaving, the members of the committee met in the assembly room. Before leaving, the members of the committee met in the assembly room. For use of commas in numbers, see 23.2.2. For use of commas in citations, see 16.1.2 and 18.1.2. 21.2.1 Independent clauses. In a sentence containing two or more independent clauses joined by a coordinating conjunction, and, but, or, nor, for, so, yet, put a comma before the conjunction. This is not a hard and fast rule, no comma is needed. Between two short independent clauses with no internal punctuation. Students around the world want to learn English, and many young Americans are eager to teach them. The senator arrived at noon and the president left at 1. In a sentence containing three or more short and simple independent clauses with no internal punctuation, separate the clauses with commas, and add a coordinating conjunction before the last one. Always include a comma before the coordinating conjunction. If the clauses are longer and more complex, separate them with semicolons, see 21.3, or, better, rewrite the sentence. The committee designed the questionnaire, the field workers collected responses, and the statistician analyzed the results. The committee designed the questionnaire, which was short, the field workers, who did not participate, collected responses, and the statistician analyzed the results, though not until several days later. Ordinarily, do not insert a comma before a conjunction joining two subjects or two predicates. The agencies that design the surveys and the analysts who evaluate the results should work together. They do not condone such practices but attempt to refute them. Theoretically, when a sentence with two independent coordinate clauses opens with a phrase or dependent clause that modifies both, put a comma after the introductory element but not between the two independent clauses. Within 10 years, interest rates surged and the housing market declined. 21.2.2 Series. In a series consisting of three or more words, phrases, or clauses with no internal punctuation of their own, Separate the elements with commas. Always use a comma before the conjunction that introduces the last item. The governor wrote his senators, the president and the vice president. Attending the conference were Fernandez, Sullivan, and Kendrick. The public approved, the committee agreed, but the measure failed. Do not use commas when all the elements in a series are joined by conjunctions. The palette consisted of blue and green and orange. If a series of 3 or more words, phrases, or clauses ends with an expression indicating continuation, and so forth, and so on, and the like, or etc., punctuate that null expression as though it were the null item in the series. You may, however, add a comma after the continuation expression to prevent confusion after a long series. They discussed movies, books, plays, and the like until late in the night. Using such techniques, management can improve not only productivity but also hours, working conditions, training, benefits, and so on, without reducing wages. Use semicolons to separate the items in a series if one or more includes commas, or if the items are long and complex, see 21.3. If such a series comes before the main verb of a sentence, however, rephrase the sentence. The 3 cities that we compare are Hartford, Connecticut, Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Pasadena, California. But not Hartford, Connecticut, Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Pasadena, California, are the 3 cities that we compare. 21.2.3 Non-restrictive clauses and phrases. Use paired commas to set off a non-restrictive clause. A clause is non-restrictive if it is not necessary to uniquely identify the noun it modifies. These 5 books, which are on reserve in the library, are required reading. Here the noun phrase these VE books uniquely identifies the books that the writer has in mind. The non-restrictive clause is not necessary to identify the books further. On the other hand, in the following sentence, the dependent clause, that are required reading, is restrictive, because it identifies a specific subset of books that are on reserve at the library. Commas are therefore not used around the clause. The books that are required reading are on reserve in the library. Although which is often used with restrictive clauses, American writers generally preserve the distinction between restrictive that, no comma, and non-restrictive which, comma. The principles delineated above apply also to restrictive and non-restrictive phrases. The president, wearing a red dress, attended the conference. The woman wearing a red dress is the president. 21.2.4 Other uses. Commas are used in a variety of other situations. For commas in dates, see 23.3.1. Introductory words and phrases. When you begin a sentence with an introductory element of more than a few words, follow it with a comma. A comma is not necessary after a short prepositional phrase unless the sentence could be misread without one. If the insurrection is to succeed, the army and police must stand side by side. Having accomplished her mission, she returned to headquarters. To Anthony, Blake remained an enigma. After this week the Commission will be able to write its report. 2 or more adjectives preceding a noun. Separate 2 or more adjectives preceding a noun with commas when they could, without affecting meaning, be joined by Andorra. Do not use a comma if one or more of the adjectives is essential to, i.e., forms a unit with, the noun. Test, if it feels awkward to change the order of the adjectives, do not use commas. It was a large, well-placed, beautiful house. They strolled out into the warm, luminous night. She refused to be identified with a traditional political label. Clarifying comments. Words and phrases such as namely, that is, and for example, which usually introduce a clarifying comment, should be followed by a comma but preceded by something stronger, such as a semicolon or a period. When you use or in the sense of in other words, put a comma before it. These and similar expressions may be set off by dashes or parentheses instead. See 21.7.2 and 21.8.1. Many people resent accidents of fate, that is, they look on illness or bereavement as undeserved. The compass stand, or binnacle, must be visible to the helmsman. Appositives. A word or phrase is said to be in apposition to a noun when it follows the noun and provides an explanatory equivalent for it. Non-restrictive appositives are set off by commas, restrictive appositives are not. See 21.2.3. Chua, a Harvard College graduate, taught at Duke for several years. Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher, asked, "What is anxiety?" But the Danish philosopher Kierkegaard asked, "What is anxiety?" Place names. Use commas to set off multiple individual elements in names of places. For commas in addresses, see 23.1.7. Cincinnati, Ohio, is on the Ohio River. The next leg of the trip was to Florence, Italy. Interjections and conjunctive adverbs. Set off interjections, conjunctive adverbs, and the like to suggest a break in the O of thought or the rhythm of the sentence. But omit commas when such elements do not break the continuity of the sentence. Nevertheless, it is a matter of great importance. It is, perhaps, the best that could be expected. Perhaps it is therefore clear that no deposits were made. Contrasted elements. Put commas around an interjected phrase beginning with not, not only, or similar expressions. But when such a phrase consists of two components, not but, not only but also, and the like, commas are usually unnecessary. Use a comma between clauses of the more type unless they are very short. The idea, not its expression, is significant. She was delighted with, but also disturbed by, her new freedom. He was not only the team's president but also a charter member. The more it stays the same, the less it changes. The more the merrier. Parenthetical elements. Use paired commas to set off a parenthetical element between a subject and a verb or a verb and its object. If you yourself setting off more than one such interrupting element in a sentence, consider rewriting the sentence. The Quinn report was, to say the least, a bombshell. Volinsky, after receiving instructions, left for Algiers. Repeated words. Use a comma to separate identical words. An exception is normally made for the word that. They marched in twos. Whatever is right. But she implied that did not matter. 21.3 semicolons. A semicolon is stronger than a comma and marks a greater break in the continuity of a sentence. Use a semicolon in a compound sentence to separate independent clauses that are not connected by a coordinating conjunction, and, but, or, nor, yet, for, so. 100 communities are in various stages of completion, more are on the drawing board. You can also use a semicolon with a coordinating conjunction if the clauses are long and have commas or other punctuation within them. But if the result seems unwieldy, consider replacing the semicolon with a period. Although productivity per capita in the United States is much higher than it is in China, China has an increasingly well-educated young labor force, but the crucial point is that knowledge which is transferable between peoples has become the most important world economic resource. Use a semicolon before the words then, however, thus, hence, indeed. Accordingly, besides, and therefore when those words are used transitionally between two independent clauses. Some think freedom always comes with democracy, however, many voters in many countries have voted for governments that they know will restrict their rights. When items in a series have internal punctuation, separate them with semicolons. See also 21.2.2. The original version of the chart included three colors: green, for vegetation that remained stable, red, for vegetation that disappeared, and yellow, for new vegetation. Semicolons are also sometimes used in titles, see 17.1.2 and 19.1.3, and to separate citations to more than one source, see 16.3.5.1 and 18.3.2.5. 21.4 colons. A colon introduces a clause, phrase, or series of elements that expands, clarifies, or exemplifies the meaning of what precedes it. Between independent clauses, it functions much like a semicolon, though more strongly emphasizing balance or consequence. People expect three things of government: peace, prosperity, and respect for civil rights. Chinese culture is unrivaled in its depth and antiquity, it is unmatched in its rich artistic and philosophical records. Use a colon to introduce illustrative material or a list. A colon should follow only a complete independent clause, often an introductory element, such as the following or as follows should precede the colon. See also 23.4.2. The qualifications are as follows: a doctorate in economics and an ability to communicate statistical data to a lay audience. But not. The qualifications are, a doctorate in economics, Note that the RST word following a colon within a sentence is generally not capitalized unless it is a proper noun or unless the colon introduces more than one sentence. For capitalization in quotations introduced by a colon, see Chapter 25. Colons are also used in titles, see 17.1.2 and 19.1.3, in notations of time. 23.1.5, in URLs, 20.4.2, and in various ways in citations. 21.5 Question marks. Put a question mark at the end of a complete sentence phrased as a question. Who would lead the nation in its hour of need? Put a question mark after a clause phrased as a question and included as part of a sentence. Do not use quotation marks unless the question is a quotation and the rest of the sentence is not. Would the Union agree? Was the critical question. If the included question is at the end of the sentence, do not add a period after the question mark. You are not required to capitalize the RST word of the included question, but an initial capital helps readers identify the question, especially if it includes internal punctuation. If the sentence becomes awkward, you may instead rephrase the question as a declarative statement. Several legislators raised the question, can the fund be used in an emergency, or must it remain dedicated to its original purpose? Several legislators raised the question of using the fund in an emergency, which was not its original purpose. A question mark may also indicate doubt or uncertainty, as in a date. The painter Niccolò dell'Abate, 1512-71, assisted in the decorations at Fontainebleau. 21.6 Exclamation points. Exclamation points are rarely appropriate for academic writing, except when they are part of quoted material or part of the title of a work, the musical Oklahoma. See also 21.12.2.1. 21.7 Hyphens and dashes. 21.7.1 Hyphens. Hyphens are used in a variety of contexts, including compound words, see 20.3, and inclusive numbers, 23.2.4. 21.7.2 dashes. A dash is an elongated hyphen used to set off text in a way similar to but more prominent than commas, see 21.2, or parentheses, 21.8.1. Also called an M dash, because in most fonts it is approximately the width of the capital letter M. This character is available in all word processors. 1. It can be represented with 2 consecutive hyphens, but most word processors can be set to convert double hyphens to M dashes automatically. Do not leave space on either side of the dash. When you use dashes to set off a parenthetical element, pair them as you would commas or parentheses. But avoid using more than one pair in any one sentence. Instead, use parentheses for the second layer of parenthetical information. The influence of 3 Impressionists: Monet, 1840-1926, Sisley, 1839-99, and Degas, 1834-1917, is obvious in her work. You can also use a single dash to set off an amplifying or explanatory element. It was a revival of a most potent image, the revolutionary idea. Use a dash or a pair of dashes enclosing a phrase to indicate a strong break in thought that also disrupts the sentence structure. Rutherford, how could he have misinterpreted the evidence? Some characters in Tom Jones are flat, if you do not object to this. Borrowing of E.M. Forster's somewhat discredited term because they are caricatures of their names. A dash may also introduce a summarizing subject after a list of several elements. The statue of the discus thrower, the charioteer at Delphi, the poetry of Pindar all represent the great ideal. 21.7.3 Multiple dashes. When you quote from a mutilated or illegible text, indicate a missing word or missing letters with a 2m dash, formed with 2 consecutive m dashes, or 4 hyphens. For a missing word, leave a space on either side of the dash. For missing letters, leave no space between the dash and the existing part of the word. The vessel left the of July. H. Hirsch. The same technique can be used when you want to obscure a particular word. It was a d shame. A 3m dash, formed with 3 consecutive m dashes, or 6 hyphens, is used in bibliographies and reference lists to represent the repeated name of an author or editor. See 16.2.2 and 18.2.1. 21.8 parentheses and brackets. 21.8.1 parentheses. Parentheses usually set off explanatory or interrupting elements of a sentence, much like paired commas, see 21.2, and dashes, 21.7.2. In general, use commas for material closely related to the main clause, dashes, and parentheses for material less closely connected. The abbreviations, for example, and i.e., which may introduce a clarifying comment, see 24.7, are used only in parentheses or in notes. The conference has, with some malice, divided into 4 groups. Each painting depicts a public occasion, in each a banquet, a parade, a coronation, though the person crowned is obscured. Crowds of people are pictured as swarming ants. There are tax incentives for clean cars, for example, gasoline electric hybrids and vehicles powered by compressed natural gas and liquefied propane. Parentheses can also be used with citations, see chapters 16 and 18, and to set off the numbers or letters in a list or an outline, see 23.4.2. 21.8.2 Brackets. Brackets are most often used in quotations, to indicate changes made to a quoted passage, see 25.3 for examples. Similarly, brackets are used in source citations to enclose an author's name or a date or other substantive information not present in the source itself. See 17.1.1.5 or 19.1.1.5 for an example. They can also be used to enclose a second layer of parenthetical material within parentheses. He agrees with the idea that childhood has a history, first advanced by Philippe Aries 1914-84 in his book Centuries of Childhood. 1962. 21.9 slashes. The // is used in a few contexts, such as fractions, see 23.1.3, and quotations of poetry, see 25.2.1.2. Single and double slashes appear in URLs and other electronic identifiers, see 20.4.2. The backward slash, or backslash, has various meanings in different computer languages and operating systems. 21.10 Quotation marks. For the use of quotation marks in quoted material, see 25.2.1.2. For use in titles and other special situations, see 22.3.2. For use in citations, see 16.1.4 and 18.1.4. Some ELDs, linguistics, philosophy, and theology, for example, use single quotation marks to set off words and concepts. The closing quotation mark should precede a comma, or period in this case, compare 21.12.2. Comma, hair, beard. The variables of quantification, something, nothing. In most other ELDs, follow the guidelines in 22.2 for using quotation marks and italics with definitions of terms. 21.11 Apostrophes. For the use of apostrophes in plural and possessive forms, see 20.1 and 20.2. Apostrophes are also used in forming contractions, don't. If your word processor is enabled to use directional or smart quotation marks, make sure not to confuse an apostrophe for a left single quotation mark. 'Twas, not 'twas. 21.12 Multiple punctuation marks. The guidelines given throughout this chapter sometimes call for the use of two punctuation marks together, for example, a period and a closing parenthesis. The guidelines below show when to omit one of the marks and the order of the marks when both are used. 21.12.1 Omission of punctuation marks. Except for ellipses, never use two periods together, even when a period in an abbreviation ends a sentence. Keep the abbreviation period when a sentence ends with a question mark or an exclamation point. The exchange occurred at 5:30 p.m. Could anyone match the productivity of Rogers Incorporated? If a situation calls for both a comma and a stronger punctuation mark, such as a question mark or a dash, omit the comma. What were they thinking, he wondered to himself. While the senator couldn't endorse the proposal and he certainly had doubts about it, he didn't condemn it. An exception can be made for titles of works that end in a question mark or an exclamation point, because such punctuation is not strictly related to the rest of the sentence. Retain commas where needed. Are you a doctor? The fifth story in Will You Please Be Quiet? Please, treats modern love. Films such as Airplane, This Is Spinal Tap, and Austin Powers offer parodies of well-established genres. 21.12.2 Order of punctuation marks. Adjacent marks of punctuation most often occur with quotation marks, parentheses, or brackets. American usage follows a few reliable guidelines. For ordering multiple marks, 21.12.2.1 with quotation marks, anal comma or period nearly always precedes a closing quotation mark, whether it is part of the quoted matter or not. In support of the effort to bring justice to our people, she joined the strike. She made the argument in an article titled On Managing Public Debt. There are two exceptions. When single quotation marks are used to set off special terms in certain fields, such as linguistics, philosophy, and theology, see 21.10, put a period or comma after the closing quotation mark. Some contemporary theologians, who favored religionless Christianity, were proclaiming the death of God. And if a computer name or command must be put in quotation marks, a period or comma that is not part of the name or the command should come after the closing mark. Click on Save As, name your file Appendix A, V10. Question marks and exclamation points precede a closing quotation mark. If they are part of the quoted matter, they follow the quotation mark if they apply to the entire sentence in which the quotation appears. Her poem is titled What Did the Crow Know? Do we accept Jefferson's concept of a natural aristocracy? Semicolons and colons always follow quotation marks. If the quotation ends with a semicolon or a colon, change it to a period or a comma, or delete it, to T. The structure of the main sentence, see 25.3.1. He claimed that every choice reflects an attitude toward every man. His speech then enlarged on the point in a telling way. The emergency center is almost its own city, it has its own services and governance. 21.12.2.2 with parentheses and brackets. When you enclose a complete sentence in parentheses, put the terminal period, or other terminal punctuation mark, for that sentence before the last parenthesis. However, put the period outside when material in parentheses, even a grammatically complete sentence, is included within another sentence. The same principles apply to material in brackets. We have noted similar motifs in Japan. They can also be found in Korean folktales. Use periods in all these situations, your readers will expect them. Myths have been accepted as allegorically true, by the Stoics, and as priestly lies, by Enlightenment thinkers. The director promised completion on time and under budget. Italics mine. For terminal punctuation with citations given parenthetically, see 25.2. 1. There is a second type of dash, called an end dash, because it is approximately the width of the capital letter N, that is used in published works to mean through. Usually in connection with numbers or dates, for example, 1998-2008. It can also be used in other contexts, as discussed in 678-84 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition. 2017. If your local guidelines require it, This character is available in most word processors, otherwise use a hyphen in these contexts. Note that this book uses n dashes where they are appropriate, as in the preceding reference to CMOS. 22 names, special terms, and titles of works. 22.1 names. 22.1.1 people, places, and organizations. 22.1.2 historical events, cultural terms, and designations of time. 22.1.3 other types of names. 22.2 special terms. 22.2.1 terms from other languages. 22.2.2 words deemed as terms. 22.3 titles of works. 22.3.1 capitalization. 22.3.2 italics or quotation marks. 22.3.3 punctuation. This chapter offers general guidelines for presenting names, special terms, and titles of works, including advice on when to use capital letters and when to use quotation marks or italic type, as opposed to regular Roman type, to set off words, phrases, or titles. If you are writing a thesis or dissertation, your department or university may have specific requirements for presenting names, special terms, and titles. Those requirements are usually available from the Office of Theses and Dissertations. If you are writing a class paper, your instructor may also ask you to follow certain principles for presenting such items. Review these requirements before you prepare your paper. They take precedence over the guidelines suggested here. For style guides in various disciplines, see the bibliography. 22.1 names. Proper nouns, or names, are always capitalized, but it is sometimes difficult to distinguish a name from a generic term. This section covers the most common cases. For more detailed information, see Chapter 8 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017. In text, names are normally presented in Roman type, but there are a few exceptions noted in 22.1.3. 22.1.1 people, places, and organizations. In general, capitalize the RST letter in each element of the names of specific people, places, and organizations. However, personal names that contain particles, such as D and van, or compound last names may vary in capitalization. When in doubt, consult the biographical listings from Merriam-Webster or another reliable authority. Prepositions, of, and conjunctions, and, that are parts of names are usually lowercase, as is the when it precedes a name. For possessive forms of names, see 20.2. For abbreviations with names, see 24.2. For names with numbers, see 23.1.6. Eleanor Roosevelt, W.E.B. Du Bois, Ludwig van Beethoven, Victoria Sackville West, Chiang Kai-shek, Sierra Leone, Central America, New York City, the Atlantic Ocean, the Republic of Lithuania, the United States Congress, the State Department, the European Union, the University of North Carolina, the Honda Motor Company, Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, the University of Chicago Press, the National Conference for Community and Justice, the Roman Catholic Church, the Allied Expeditionary Force. A professional title that immediately precedes a personal name is treated as part of the name and should be capitalized. If you use the title alone or after the personal name, it becomes a generic term and should be lowercased. The same principle applies to other generic terms that are part of place or organization names. President Harry Truman announced the President announced. Professors Liu and Prakash wrote the professors wrote. Next to the Indian Ocean, next to the ocean. Students at Albion College, students at the college. Names of ethnic and national groups are also capitalized. Terms denoting socioeconomic level, however, are not. For hyphenation of compounds of both types, see 20.3.2. Arab Americans, Latinos, the middle class, white-collar workers. Capitalize adjectives derived from names, unless they have lost their literal associations with particular persons or places and have become part of everyday language. Machiavellian scheme. Roman and Arabic art. French fries. Roman and Arabic numerals. 22.1.2 Historical events, cultural terms, and designations of time. The names of many historical periods and events are traditionally capitalized. More generic terms usually are not, unless they include names. Follow the conventions of your discipline. The Bronze Age, the Depression, the Industrial Revolution, Prohibition, the 7 Years' War, Ancient Rome, the 19th century, the Shang Dynasty, the Colonial Period, the Baby Boom. Nouns and adjectives designating cultural styles, movements, and schools are generally capitalized only when derived from names or when they need to be distinguished from generic terms, as in Stoicism. Again, follow the conventions of your discipline. Classical, Impressionism, Modernism, Deconstruction, Aristotelian reasoning, Dadaism, Hudson River School, Romanesque architecture. Names of days of the week, months, and holidays are capitalized, but names of seasons are not. For more on date systems, see 23.3. Tuesday, September. Independence Day. Spring. 22.1.3 Other types of names. Other types of names also follow specific patterns for capitalization, and some require italics. Academic courses and subjects. Capitalize the names of specific courses, but not of general subjects or fields of study, except for the names of languages. Archaeology 101. Topics in Victorian literature. Art history. English literature. Acts, treaties, and government programs. Capitalize the formal or Accepted titles of acts, treaties, government programs, and similar documents or entities, but lowercase informal or generic titles. The United States, or U.S., Constitution. The Treaty of Versailles. Head Start. The Due Process Clause. The Treaty. Brand names. Capitalize the brand names of products, but do not use the symbol registered or trademark after such a name, unless you are discussing a specific product. However, use a generic term instead of a brand name. Coca-Cola, Xerox, iPhone, Cola, photocopy, smartphone, electronic technology. Capitalize branded names of computer hardware and software, networks, browsers, systems, and languages. Most terms that are not trademarked, such as Internet, however, can be lowercased, as can generic terms, such as web, when used alone or in combination with other generic terms. Apple iOS 11, iPhone. The camera app in iOS 11, a camera app. The Kindle app for Android, Kindle. Google Chrome. The Internet. The World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, World Wide Web, the web, website, web page. Legal cases. Capitalize and italicize the names of legal cases, italicize the v. Versus. You may shorten the case name after a full reference to it, usually to the name of the plaintiff or the non-governmental party. For citations of legal cases, see 17.11.7 and 19.11.7. First reference. Subsequent references. Miranda v. Arizona. Miranda. United States v. Carlisle. Ships, aircraft, and other vessels and vehicles. Capitalize and italicize the names of ships, individual aircraft, and the like. If the names are preceded by an abbreviation such as USS, United States Ship, or HMS, Her or His Majesty's Ship, do not italicize these abbreviations, or use the word ship in addition to the name. Capitalize makes, models, and classes of other vehicles but do not italicize them. USS Constitution. HMS Saranac. Spirit of Street. Lewis. The Space Shuttle Atlantis. Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Subaru Forester. Plants and animals. In papers in the humanities and social sciences, do not capitalize the names of plants and animals unless they include other proper nouns, such as geographical names. Binomial Latin species names should be italicized, with the genus name capitalized and the species name, or specific epithet, lowercase. The names of phyla, orders, and such should be in Roman type. For papers in the sciences, follow the conventions of your discipline. Rhesus monkey. Rocky Mountain sheep. Rosa caroliniana. Chordata. 22.2 Special terms. Some special terms require use of italics, quotation marks, and capitalization. 22.2.1 Terms from other languages. Italicize isolated words and phrases in languages likely to be unfamiliar to readers of English, and capitalize them as in the original language. If you are unfamiliar with the capitalization principles of a language, consult a reliable authority such as Chapter 11 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017. For titles of works in languages other than English, see 22.3.1. This leads to the idea of Übermensch and to the theory of the act. Gratuit and surrealism. Do not italicize terms from another language that are familiar enough to appear in a standard dictionary. De facto. Vis-a-vis. Pasha. Eros. Do not italicize proper names from other languages or personal titles that accompany them. Padre Pio. The Académie Française. The Puerto del Sol. If you deem a non-English term, put the denition in parentheses or quotation marks, either following the term in the text or in a note. The usual phrase was I wanted to eat. According to Sartrine ontology, man is always de trop, in excess. For longer quotations from another language, use Roman type. Italicize the quotation as a whole or any words within it only if they are italicized in the original. Enclose the quotation in quotation marks within the text or use a block quotation following the principles in 25.2. The confusion of le pragmatisme is traced to the supposed failure to distinguish les propriétés de la valeur en général from the incidental. 22.2.2 Words deemed as terms. To emphasize key terms that you deem, italicize them on their RST use. Thereafter use Roman type. You can use quotation marks, called scare quotes, to alert readers that you are using a term in a non-standard or ironic way. When overused, both techniques become less effective. The two chief tactics of this group, obstructionism and misinformation, require careful analysis. Government efficiency resulted in a huge deficit. Italicize a term when you refer to it as a term. The term critical mass is more often used metaphorically than literally. How did she define the word existential? But a critical mass of students took existential philosophy. Italicize letters referred to as letters, and present them in lowercase. Letters used to denote grades and to identify exemplars should be Roman and capitalized. For plural forms of letters used in these ways, see 20.1.2. Many of the place names there begin with the letters H and K. In her senior year, she received an A and 6 BS. Imagine a group of interconnected persons, A knows B, B knows C, and C knows D. 22.3 Titles of works. When you cite a work, present its title exactly as it appears in the original work or, if the original is unavailable, in a reliable authority. Always preserve the original spelling, including hyphenation, in such titles, even if it does not conform to current American usage as described in Chapter 20. See 17.1.2 for some permissible changes to the punctuation of titles, such as the use of a colon between a title and a subtitle, and the addition of a comma before dates. Academic convention prescribes that titles follow specific patterns of capitalization and the use of italics or quotation marks, or neither, regardless of how they appear in the original. 22.3.1 Capitalization. Titles have two patterns of capitalization, headline style and sentence style. Present most titles in headline style. For titles in languages other than English, use sentence style. Both citation styles described in this manual prescribe headline style. Capitalization for English language titles. See 16.1.3 and 18.1.3. Also use headline style capitalization for the title of your paper and the titles of any parts or chapters within it unless your discipline prefers. Sentence style, CA15. 22.3.1.1 Headline style capitalization. Headline style. Capitalization is intended to distinguish titles clearly from surrounding text. In this style, capitalize the RST letter of the RST and last words of the title, and subtitle and all other words, except as follows. Do not capitalize articles, a, an, the, coordinating conjunctions, and, but, or, nor, for, or the word to or as except as the RST or last word in the title or subtitle. Do not capitalize prepositions, of, in, at, above, under, and so forth, unless they are used as adverbs, up in look up, or adjectives, on in the, on button. Capitalize the second part, or subsequent parts, of a hyphenated compound unless it is an article, preposition, or coordinating conjunction. And, but, or, nor, for, or a modier such as sharp or at following a musical key, or unless the RST part is a prex, ante, pre, and so forth. Remember to follow the original hyphenation of a title even if it differs from the principles discussed in 20.3. Lowercase the second part of a species name, such as fulvescens in Accipenser fulvescens, even if it is the last word in a title or subtitle, see also 22.1.3. Do not capitalize parts of proper nouns that are normally in lowercase, as described in 22.1.1, van in Ludwig van Beethoven. The economic effects of the Civil War in the Mid-Atlantic states. To have and to hold, a 21st century view of marriage. All that is true, the life of Vincent van Gogh, 1853-90. 4 readings of the Gospel according to Matthew. Self-government and the re-establishment of a new world order. Global warming, what we are doing about it today. Still life with oranges. From Homo erectus to Homo sapiens, a black and white history. E-flat concerto. Although many short words are lowercase in this style, length does not determine capitalization. You must capitalize short verbs, is, are, adjectives, new, personal pronouns, it, we, and relative pronouns, that, because they are not among the exceptions listed above. Use lowercase for long prepositions, according, since prepositions are among the exceptions. Two kinds of titles should not be presented in headline style even if you use it for all other titles. For titles in languages other than English, use sentence style. Capitalization, see 22.3.1.2. For titles of works published in the 18th century, 1700s, or earlier, retain the original capitalization and spelling, except that words spelled out in all capital letters should be given with an initial capital only. A treatise of moral philosophy containeth the sayings of the wise. 22.3.1.2 Sentence style capitalization. Sentence style. Capitalization is a simpler, though less distinct, way of presenting titles than headline style. In this style, capitalize only the RST letter of the RST word of the title and subtitle, and any proper nouns and proper adjectives thereafter. Seeing and selling late 19th century Japan. Natural crisis, symbol and imagination in the Mid-American farm. Crisis. Religious feminism, a challenge from the National Organization for Women. Starry Night. Unless your discipline says otherwise, reserve sentence style for titles of works in languages other than English. Note that other languages have different conventions for capitalization. For example, German nouns are generally capitalized, whereas German adjectives, even those derived from proper nouns, are not. If you are uncertain about the conventions of a particular language, consult a reliable authority. Speculum Romani Magnificentii. Historia de la Orden de San Geronimo. Reallexikon zur deutschen Kunstgeschichte. Phenomenologie et Religion, Structures de l'Institution. 22.3.2 Italics or quotation marks. Most titles of works are set off from the surrounding text by italics or quotation marks, depending on the type of work. The guidelines listed here apply not only to titles used in text but also to most titles in source citations. See chapters 15-19. The examples below are presented with headline-style capitalization, but the guidelines also apply to titles with sentence-style capitalization. See 22.3.1.2. 22.3.2.1 Italics. Italicize the titles of most longer works, including the types listed here. For parts of these works and shorter works of the same type, see 22.3.2.2. Books, Culture and Anarchy, The Chicago Manual of Style. Plays, A Winter's Tale, and very long poems, especially those of book length, Dante's Inferno. Journals, signs, magazines, Time, newspapers, The New York Times, and blogs. Earth, an initial the in periodical titles is normally treated as part of the surrounding text, and omitted in source citations, but may be capitalized and italicized along with the title if it forms an integral part of a name that otherwise consists of a single word. The intercept. Long musical compositions, The Marriage of Figaro, or titles of albums. Michael Jackson's Thriller. Paintings, The Mona Lisa, sculptures, Michelangelo's David, and other works of art, including photographs, Ansel Adams' North Dome, movies, Citizen Kane, and television, Sesame Street, and radio programs. All things considered. 22.3.2.2 Quotation marks. Enclose in quotation marks, but do not italicize, the title of a shorter work, whether or not it is part of a longer work, such as those listed in 22.3.2.1. Chapters, the later years, or other titled parts of books. Short stories, The Dead, short poems, The Housekeeper, and essays of books. Articles or other features in journals, the function of fashion in 18th century America, magazines, who should lead the Supreme Court, newspapers, election comes down to the wire, and websites or blogs, an ice expert muses on greenhouse heat. Individual episodes of television programs, the opposite. Short musical compositions, The Star-Spangled Banner, and recordings. All you need is love. Also use quotation marks and Roman type for titles of whole works that have not been formally published, including the following: Theses and Dissertations, a study of Kant's early works. Lectures and papers presented at meetings, Voice and Inequality, The Transformation of American Civic Democracy. Titled Documents in Manuscript Collections, a map of the Southern Indian District of North America. 22.3.2.3 Neither capitalize but do not use italics or quotation marks with these special types of titles. Book series, Studies in Legal History. Manuscript collections, Egmont manuscripts. Scriptures, the Bible, and other revered works, the Upanishads, as well as versions of the Bible, the King James Version, and its books, Genesis. See 24.6 for a complete list. Musical works referred to by their genre, Symphony No. 41, Cantata. BWV 80, though the popular titles for such works should be italicized. The Jupiter Symphony, or placed in quotation marks, Ein Festberg ist. Unser Gott, depending on their length, as noted above. Websites, Google Maps, Facebook, Apple.com, the Internet Movie Database, IMDb, Wikipedia, though exceptions may be made for sites that are closely analogous to a type of work listed in 22.3.2.1, the Huffington Post. Treat generic terms for parts of books or other works as you would any other word. Do not capitalize them or use italics or quotation marks unless you would do the same for an ordinary word, such as at the beginning of a sentence. If a part includes a number, give it in Arabic numerals, regardless of its appearance in the original work, see 23.1.8. In Lionel Trilling's preface, a comprehensive bibliography, as discussed in chapters 4 and 5. Killed off in Act 3, Scene 2. 22.3.3 Punctuation. Preserve any punctuation that is part of a title when using the title in a sentence, see 17.1.2. If the title is used as a restrictive clause or in another position in the sentence that would normally be followed by a comma, see 21.2, add the comma. Love, Loss, and What I Wore was later adapted for an off-Broadway play. But her favorite book, Love, Loss, and What I Wore, is an autobiography, recounted largely through drawings. Punctuation within a title should not affect any punctuation called for by the surrounding sentence. One exception: omit a terminal period after a title, ending in a question mark or an exclamation point. See also 21.12.2. Are You a Doctor? Is the fifth story in Will You Please Be Quiet? Please. 23 numbers. 23.1 words or numerals. 23.1.1 General Rule. 23.1.2 Special Cases. 23.1.3 Percentages and decimal fractions. 23.1.4 Money. 23.1.5 Time. 23.1.6 Names with numbers. 23.1.7 Addresses and thoroughfares. 23.1.8 Parts of published works. 23.1.9 Equations and formulas. 23.2 Plurals and punctuation. 23.2.1 Plurals. 23.2.2 Commas within numbers. 23.2.3 Other punctuation within numbers. 23.2.4 Inclusive numbers. 23.3 Date systems. 23.3.1 Month, day, and year. 23.3.2 Decades, centuries, and eras. 23.4 Numbers used outside the text. 23.4.1 Numbers in tables, figures, and citations. 23.4.2 Enumerations. This chapter offers general guidelines for presenting numbers. These guidelines are appropriate for most humanities and social science disciplines, but disciplines that rely heavily on numerical data may have more specific guidelines. If you are writing a paper in the natural or physical sciences, mathematics, or any other very technical field, follow the conventions of the discipline. For style guides in various disciplines, see the bibliography. For advice on numbering the pages and parts of your paper, see the appendix. If you are writing a thesis or a dissertation, your department or university may have specific requirements for presenting numbers, which are usually available from the Office of Theses and Dissertations. If you are writing a class paper, your instructor may also ask you to follow certain principles for presenting numbers. Review these requirements before you prepare your paper. They take precedence over the guidelines suggested here. 23.1 Words or numerals. The most common question in presenting numbers is whether to spell them out in words, 22, or give them in numerals, 22. When the number is followed by a unit of measure, you must also decide whether to give that unit in words, percent, or as a symbol, percent, or an abbreviation. The guidelines presented in 23.1, 23.3 pertain to numbers used in the text of your paper. For numbers used in tables, figures, and citations, see 23.4. Unless otherwise specified, numerals here means Arabic numerals, 1, 2, 3, etc. For Roman numerals, I, 2, 3, etc., see Table 23.1. Table 23.1. Roman numerals. Arabic Roman Arabic Roman Arabic Roman 1 I 11 11 30 XXX 2 2 12 12 40 XL 3 3 13 13 50 L 4 4 14 14 60 LX 5 V 15 15 70 LXX 6 6 16 16 80 LXXX 7 7 17 17 90 XC 8 8 18 18 100 C 9 9 19 19 500 D 10 X 20 XX 1000 M. Note, Roman numerals are shown capitalized. For lowercase, use the same forms as in letters, I for I, V for V, etc. For numbers not listed, follow the patterns shown. 23.1.1 General Rule. Before you draft your paper, you should decide on a general rule for presenting numbers and follow it consistently. Which rule you choose depends on how often you use numerical data and the conventions of your discipline. For situations in which you might modify this rule, see 23.12. 23.1.8. In the humanities and social sciences, if you use numerical data only, occasionally, spell out numbers from 1 through 100. If the number has two words, use a hyphen, FTY. Also spell out round numbers followed by hundred, thousand, 100,000, million, and so on, but see 23.1.2.3. For all other numbers, use Arabic numerals. Follow this pattern for numbers that are part of physical quantities, distances, lengths, temperatures, and so on, and do not use abbreviations for the units. In such quantities, see 24.5. After 7 years of war came 64 years of peace. The population of the three states was approximately 12 million. He catalogued more than 527 works of art. Within 15 minutes the temperature dropped 20 degrees. If your topic relies heavily on numerical data, follow a different rule. Spell out only single-digit numbers and use numerals for all others. This study of 14 electoral districts over 7 years included 142 participants. He hit the wall at 65 miles per hour, leaving skid marks for 9 feet. In the sciences, your general rule may be to use numerals for all numbers, except when they begin a sentence, see 23.1.2.1. You may also use abbreviations for quantities, see 24.5. The mean weight proved to be 7 grams, which was far less than predicted. With any of these rules, use the same principles for ordinal numbers. RST, second, etc., that you use for standard ones. Add ST, ND, RD, or TH as appropriate. On the 122nd and 123rd days of his trip, he received his 18th and 19th letters from home. 23.1.2 Special cases. In a few common situations, the general rule discussed in 23.1.1 requires modification. 23.1.2.1 Numbers beginning a sentence. Never begin a sentence with a numeral. Either spell out the number or recast the sentence, especially when there are other numerals of a similar type in the sentence. 250 soldiers in the unit escaped injury, 175 sustained minor injuries. Or, better, of the soldiers in the unit, 250 escaped injury and 175 sustained minor injuries. When spelling out numbers over 100, omit the word "and" within the term, not 200 and FTY. 23.1.2.2 Related numbers. Ignore the general rule when you have a series of related numbers in the same sentence that are above and below the threshold, especially when those numbers are being compared. In these examples, all are expressed in numerals. Of the group surveyed, 78 students had studied French and 142 had studied Spanish for 3 years or more. We analyzed 62 cases. Of these, 59 had occurred in adults and 3 in children. If you are discussing 2 sets of items in close proximity, ignore the general rule and, for clarity, spell out all numbers in one set and use numerals for all numbers in the other. Within the program, 9 children showed some improvement after 6 months and 37 showed significant improvement after 18 months. 23.1.2.3 Round numbers. Spell out a round number, a whole number, followed by 100, 1,000, 100,000, million, and so on, in isolation, see 23.1.1, but give several round numbers close together in numerals. You may also express large round numbers in a combination of numerals and words. See also 23.1.4. Approximately 1,500 scholars attended the conference, but they sold 1,500 copies in the first year and 8,000 in the second. These changes will affect about 7.8 million people in New York alone. 23.1.3 Percentages and decimal fractions. Use numerals to express percentages and decimal fractions, except at the beginning of a sentence. See 23.1.2.1. Spell out the word percent, except when you use many percentages, and in the sciences, where the symbol percent is usually preferred, with no intervening space after the number. Notice that the noun percentage should not be used with a number. Scores for students who skipped summer school improved only 9%. The percentage of students who failed was about 2.4 times the usual rate. Within this system, the subject scored 3.8, or 95%. But not. The average rose 9 percentage points. When you use fractional and whole numbers for the same type of item in the same sentence or paragraph, give both as numerals. The average number of children born to college graduates dropped from 2.4 to 2. Put a 0 in front of a decimal fraction of less than 1.00 if the quantity expressed is capable of exceeding 1.00. when decimal quantities must be 1.00 or less, as in probabilities, correlation coefficients, and the like, omit the 0 before the decimal point. A mean of 0.73. A loss of 0.08. p.05. A .406 batting average. For fractions standing alone, follow the general rule, see 23.1.1, for spelling out the parts. If you spell the parts, include a hyphen between them. Express in numerals a unit composed of a whole number and a fraction. If you use a symbol for the fraction, there is no intervening space between the number and the fraction. Trade and commodity services accounted for 9/10 of all international receipts and payments. 1 year during the Dust Bowl era, the town received only 15/16 of an inch of rain. The main carving implement used in this society measured 2 feet. 23.1.4 Money. 23.1.4.1 U.S. currency. If you refer only occasionally to U.S. currency, follow the general rule, see 23.1.1, and spell out the words dollars and cents. Otherwise use numerals along with the symbol dollar, or, if needed, cent. Omit the decimal point and following zeros for whole dollar amounts, unless you refer to fractional amounts as well. Rarely do they spend more than $5 a week on recreation. The report showed $135 collected in fines. Prices ranged from 95 cents up to $10. Express large round numbers in a combination of numerals and words. The deficit that year was $420 billion. 23.1.4.2 Other currencies. For currencies other than that of the United States, follow the pattern for the US dollar. Most currencies put unit symbols before numerals. Even though European nations represent decimal points with commas instead of periods, you may use periods, except in direct quotations from sources. In contexts where the symbol dollar may refer to non-US currencies, these currencies should be clearly identified. When she returned, she had barely €50 to her name. The household records show that it cost only £36.50. Its current estimated worth is 377 million yen. If you subtract CAN $15.69 from 25 US dollars, most European nations now use the unit currency called the euro. But if you are writing about topics from the period before 2002, you may encounter such currencies as the French franc, F, German Deutsche Mark, DM, and Italian lira, lit. British currency is still expressed in pounds, pound, and pence, p, though before decimalization in 1971, it was expressed in pounds, shillings, and pence, for example, £12.1760. Note that billion in traditional British usage as well as in certain languages other than English means a million, not 1,000 million. To avoid confusion, be sure to accurately represent such distinctions. In more technical contexts, it may be best to use the 3-letter codes for current and historical currencies deemed by the international organization. For standardization in standard ISO 4217, which is available on the organization's website. Use a space between the code and the amount. If you subtract €15.69 from $25, 23.1.5 time. For references to times of day in even increments of an hour, half hour, or quarter hour, spell out the times, with a hyphen between parts. If necessary, specify in the morning or in the evening. You may use a clock, although it is now rare in research writing. The participants plan to meet every Thursday around 10:30 in the morning. When emphasizing exact times, use numerals and, if necessary, AM or PM. Lowercase and Roman, see also 24.4.1. Always include zeros after the colon for even hours. Although scheduled to end at 11 a.m., the council meeting ran until 1:37 p.m. In either situation, use the words noon and midnight, rather than numerals, to express these specific times of day. For use of words or numerals in dates, see 23.3. 23.1.6 Names with numbers. Some types of personal, governmental, and organizational names include numbers given in either words or numerals. See also 22.1. Leaders. Emperors, sovereigns, or popes with the same RST name are differentiated by capitalized Roman numerals. See Table 23.1. Charles V. Napoleon III. Elizabeth II. Benedict XVI. Family members. Male family members with identical full names are often differentiated with Roman or Arabic numerals. See also 24.2.1. Note that there are no commas between the name and the numeral, unless the name is inverted, as in a list. Adlai E. Stevenson III. Michael F. Johnson II. But Stevenson, Adlai E. III. Governments and political divisions. Certain dynasties, governments, governing bodies, political and judicial divisions, and military units are commonly designated by an ordinal number before the noun. Spell out and capitalize numbers through 100, with a hyphen between the parts of the number. If relevant, use numerals for those over 100. 19th Dynasty. 5th Republic. 81st Congress. 109th Congress. 14th Congressional District. 47th Ward. 10th Circuit. 101st Airborne Division. Churches and religious organizations. Spell out and capitalize numbers before the names of churches or religious organizations in ordinal form, with a hyphen between the parts of the number, if relevant. 21st Church of Christ, Scientist. Secular organizations. Express local branches of fraternal lodges and unions in numerals following the name. American Legion, Department of Illinois, Crispus Attucks Post. Number 1268. United Auto Workers Local 890. 23.1.7 Addresses and thoroughfares. Follow the general rule, see 23.1.1, for the names of local numbered streets. State, federal, and interstate highways are always designated with numerals, as are street or building addresses and telephone and fax numbers. Note that in text the elements of a full address are separated by commas, except before a zip code. See 24.3.2 for abbreviations in addresses. The National Park Service maintains as a museum the house where Lincoln died, 516 10th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20004, 202 426. 6924. Ludwig Mies van der Rohe designed the apartments at 86880 North Lake Shore Drive. Interstate 95 serves as a critical transportation line from Boston to Miami. 23.1.8 Parts of published works. With the exception of Roman numeral page numbers, as in the front matter of a book, see 16.1.5, 18.1.5, numbers in parts of published works are given in Arabic numerals, regardless of the general rule, see 23.1.1, or their appearance in the work itself. See also 22.3.2.3, 23.2.2. Chapter 14. Part 2. Act 1, Scene 3. Page 1024. 23.1.9 Equations and formulas. Numbers in equations and formulas are always given as numerals. Regardless of the general rule, see 23.1.1. For detailed guidance on presenting mathematical expressions, see Chapter 12 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017. 23.2 Plurals and punctuation. 23.2.1 Plurals. Form the plurals of spelled out numbers like the plurals of other nouns, see 20.1. Half the men surveyed were in their 30s or 40s. Form the plurals of numbers expressed in numerals by adding s alone, not s. The pattern changed in the late 1990s as more taxpayers submitted 1040s online. To fly 767s, the pilots required special training. 23.2.2 Commas within numbers. In most numbers of 4 or more digits, set off thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, and so on with commas. In the sciences, commas are often omitted from 4-digit numbers. 1,500. 12,275,500. 1,475,525,000. Do not use a comma within a 4-digit year, do use one for a year with VE or more digits, see also 23.3. 2007. 10,000 BC. Do not use a comma in page numbers, street addresses, telephone, or fax numbers, zip codes, decimal fractions of less than 1, or numbers included in organization names. Page 1012. 0.1911 centimeters. 15,000 Elm Street. Committee of 1,000. 23.2.3 Other punctuation within numbers. Numbers sometimes include internal punctuation other than commas. For periods, decimals, see 23.1.3 and 23.1.4, for colons, see 23.1.5, for hyphens, see 23.1.1 and 23.1.3, for dashes, see 23.2.4. 23.2.4 Inclusive numbers. To express a range of numbers, such as pages or years, give the RST and last. Or inclusive, numbers of the sequence. If the numbers are spelled out, express the range with the words from and to. If they are expressed in numerals, use either these words or a connecting hyphen with no space on either side. In some settings, such as citations, always use hyphens, see Chapter 16-19. Do not combine words and hyphens in expressing inclusive numbers. From 45 to 50 but not from 45-50. 45-50 but not 45-50. For inclusive numbers of 100 or greater, you may either use full numbers on either side of a hyphen, to 45 to 80 or 1929, 1994, or abbreviate the second number. Table 23.2 shows one system of abbreviation. This system works well for page numbers, which never include commas. See 23.2.2. For numbers that include commas, use the system shown in Table 23.2, but repeat all digits if the change extends to the thousands place or beyond. Never abbreviate Roman numerals, see Table 23.1. 6, 0006, 018. 12, 473-79. 128, 333 129, 114. XXV XXVIII. Table 23.2. Abbreviation system for inclusive numbers. First number, second number examples. 1. 99 use all digits 310, 71, 72, 96, 117. 100 or multiples of 100. Use all digits 100, 104, 1100, 1113. 101 through 109, 201 through 209, etc. Use changed part only 1018, 80833, 11034. 110 through 199, 210 through 299, etc. Use 2 digits and less. More are needed to include all changed parts. 321-28, 498, 532. 1087-89, 1496, 500. 11564615, 12991, 3001. For years, give all digits for a span that includes more than 1 century. Also give full dates in a system in which dates are counted backward from a specific point, most notably BC, before Christ, and BCE, before the Common Era. Otherwise use the system shown in Table 23.2. See 23.34. More on date systems. The years 1933-36. The winter of 1999-2000. 15, 00014, 000 BCE 115 BC AD 10 23.3 Date systems 23.3.1 Month, day, and year. Spell out the names of months when they occur in text, whether alone or in dates. Express days and years in numerals, and avoid using them at the beginning of a sentence, where they would have to be spelled out. See 23.1.2.1. Do not abbreviate references to the year, the greathood of 05. For abbreviations acceptable in tables, GERS, and citations, see 24.4.2. Every September, we recall the events of 2001. But not 2001 was a memorable year. For full references to dates, give the month, the day, followed by a comma, and the year, in accordance with U.S. practices. If you omit the day, omit the comma. Also omit the comma for dates given with seasons instead of months. Do not capitalize the names of seasons, see 22.1.2. If you are quoting material that uses British-style dates, March 15, 2007, do not alter them. President John F. Kennedy was assassinated on November 22, 1963. By March 1865, the war was nearly over. The research was conducted over several weeks in spring 2006. Note that within complete dates, days are generally not given as ordinals. That is, the numerals are not followed by st, nd, rd, or th. Use these endings only with spelled out numbers when you specify the day without the month or year. The date chosen for the raid was the 29th. But not. The events occurred on June 11, 1968. 23.3.2 Decades, centuries, and eras. In general, refer to decades using numerals, including the century, see 23.2.1 for plurals. If the century is clear, you may spell out the name of the decade. Do not abbreviate numerals, the 90s. The RST2 decades of any century do not lend themselves to either style and, for clarity, should not be referred to in a shortened form. The 1920s brought unheralded financial prosperity. During the 50s, the Cold War dominated the headlines. Many of these discoveries were announced during the first decade of the 21st century. Refer to centuries using either numerals or lowercase spelled out names. See 23.2.1 for plurals. If the century is spelled out and used as an adjective preceding a noun that it modifies, as in the second example, include a hyphen, otherwise do not, see 20.3.2. The Ottoman Empire reached its apex in the 1600s. She teaches 19th century novels but would rather teach poetry. From the 20th century, the most common designations for eras use the abbreviations BC, before Christ, and AD, Anno Domini, in the year of the Lord. Some disciplines use different designations, such as BCE and CE, see 24.4.3. AD precedes the year number, the other designations follow it. For inclusive Numbers with eras, see 23.2.4. Solomon's temple was destroyed by the Babylonians in 586 BC and again by the Romans in AD 70. 23.4 Numbers used outside the text. The preceding sections provide guidelines for presenting numbers in the text of your paper. Numbers used in tables, GERs, source citations, and lists are subject to some of their own rules. For additional advice, see the Appendix. 23.4.1 Numbers in tables, figures, and citations. In general, use Arabic numerals to present numerical data in tables and GERs. For a discussion of numbers in tables, including table titles, see 26.2, for numbers in GERs, including GER captions, see 26.3. With few exceptions, Arabic numerals are also used to cite volume numbers, edition numbers, and page numbers, and other locators. For a discussion of numbers in notes-style citations, see 16.1.5 and Chapter 17. For numbers in author-date citations, see 18.1.5 and Chapter 19. 23.4.2 Enumerations. You may use numerals and letters to enumerate points discussed in the text, in appendixes, or in materials related to drafting your paper. 23.4.2.1 Lists. Your text may contain lists of items that you choose to enumerate for emphasis. When such a list is relatively short, incorporate it into a single sentence. Be sure that all the items are grammatically parallel. All noun phrases, all adjectives, or the like. Each item should be preceded by an Arabic numeral in parentheses. If there are more than 2 items, each should be followed by a comma, or, if the item is complex in structure, a semicolon, see 21.3. If the list is in a positive, use a colon to introduce it. Otherwise do not use punctuation in this position, see 21.4. Wilson's secretary gave 3 reasons for his resignation: 1. Advancing age, 2. Gradually failing eyesight, and 3. Opposition to the war. The committee strongly endorsed the policies of 1. Complete executive power, except as constitutionally limited, 2. Strong legislative prerogatives, and 3. Limited judicial authority, especially when it interfered with the committee's own role. If you are already using Arabic numerals in parentheses for other purposes, substitute lowercase letters for the numbers. Haskins' latest theory has more than one drawback: A. It is not based on current evidence, and B. It has a weak theoretical grounding. If the items in the list are longer or you wish to give them greater emphasis, arrange them in a vertical list. Introduce the list with a complete sentence followed by a colon. Again, be sure that all the items are grammatically parallel, and begin each one with a bullet or with an Arabic numeral followed by a period. If the items are complete sentences, capitalize the RST letter in each item and use terminal periods, otherwise use lowercase letters and no periods, see 21.1. Align the numerals on the periods and any lines that run over with the RST word in the RST line. My research therefore suggests the following conclusions. 1. The painting could not have been a genuine Picasso, regardless of the claims of earlier scholars. 2. It is impossible to identify the true artist without further technical analysis. 23.4.2.2 Outlines. In some situations, you may include an outline or a similar enumeration in an appendix to your paper, or in a draft stage of the paper. See 6.2.1. Use the following system of notation, consisting of letters and Roman and Arabic numerals, and indent each level by one further tab, usually a ½ inch. You should have at least 2 items to list at each level. If you do not, reconsider the structure of the outline. If the items are phrases, capitalize them sentence style, see 22.3.1, and do not use terminal punctuation. If they are complete sentences, capitalize and punctuate them as you would any other sentence. See 6.2.1 for an example. I. Wars of the 19th century. A. United States. 1. Civil War, 1861-65. A. Cause. 1. Slavery. A. Compromise. I. Missouri Compromise. 2. Compromise of 1850. B. Result. 2. Wars of the 20th century. A. United States. 1. First World War. 24 Abbreviations. 24.1 General Principles. 24.1.1 Types of abbreviations. 24.1.2 When to use abbreviations. 24.1.3 How to format abbreviations. 24.2 Names and titles. 24.2.1 Personal names. 24.2.2 Professional titles. 24.2.3 Academic degrees. 24.2.4 Agencies, companies, and other organizations. 24.3 Geographical terms. 24.3.1 Place names. 24.3.2 Addresses. 24.4 Time and dates. 24.4.1 Time. 24.4.2 Days and months. 24.4.3 Eras. 24.5 Units of measure. 24.6 The Bible and other sacred works. 24.6.1 Jewish Bible/Old Testament. 24.6.2 Apocrypha. 24.6.3 New Testament. 24.6.4 Versions of the Bible. 24.6.5 Other sacred works. 24.7 Abbreviations in citations and other scholarly contexts. This chapter offers general guidelines for using abbreviations. Abbreviations in formal writing were once limited to a few special circumstances, but they are now widely used in writing of all kinds. Even so, their use must reach the conventions of specific disciplines. The guidelines presented here are appropriate for most humanities and social science disciplines. If you are writing a paper in the natural or physical sciences, mathematics, or any other technical field, follow the conventions of the discipline. The dictionaries from Merriam-Webster include entries for many, abbreviations from many fields. Another resource is Chapter 10 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017. For style guides in various disciplines, see the bibliography. If you are writing a thesis or dissertation, your department or university may have specific requirements for using abbreviations, which are usually available from the Office of Theses and Dissertations. If you are writing a class paper, your instructor may also ask you to follow certain principles for using abbreviations. Review these requirements before you prepare your paper. They take precedence over the guidelines suggested here. 24.1 General Principles. 24.1.1 Types of abbreviations. Terms can be shortened, or abbreviated, in several ways. When a term is shortened to only the RST letters of each word and pronounced as a single word, NATO, AIDS, it is called an acronym. If the letters are pronounced as a series of letters, EU, PBS, it is called an initialism. Other terms are shortened through contraction, just the RST and last letters of the term are retained, Mr., drive, attorney, or the last letters are dropped, ed., Tuesday. This chapter treats all of these forms under the general term abbreviations, with distinctions between types noted as relevant. 24.1.2 When to use abbreviations. In most papers, use abbreviations only sparingly in text because they can make your writing seem either too informal or too technical. This chapter covers types of abbreviations that are preferred over spelled out terms and others that are considered acceptable in academic writing if used consistently. If your local guidelines allow it, you may use abbreviations for names, titles, and other terms used frequently in your paper. Give the full term on RST reference, followed by the abbreviation in parentheses. For subsequent references, use the abbreviation consistently. If you use more than a few such abbreviations, consider adding a list of abbreviations to the front matter of the paper to aid readers who might miss your RST reference to an abbreviation. CA21. Abbreviations are more common, and are often required, outside the text of the paper. This chapter discusses some abbreviations that may be used in tables, GERs, and citations. For additional discussion of abbreviations in tables and GERs, see Chapter 26, for abbreviations in notes-style citations. See 16.1.6 and Chapter 17, for abbreviations in author-date citations. See 18.1.6 and Chapter 19. 24.1.3 How to format abbreviations. Although abbreviations follow the general principles discussed here, there are many exceptions. Capitalization. Abbreviations are given in all capital letters, all lowercase letters, or a combination. BC. CEO, US, P, AM, kilogram, government, distance, attorney, PhD, punctuation. In general, abbreviations given in all capital letters do not include periods, while those given in lowercase or a combination of capital and lowercase letters have a period after each abbreviated element. However, as you can see from the examples above, there are exceptions. Metric units of measure, C 24.5, are in lowercase without periods, and no periods are used for academic degrees, whether or not they include lowercase letters, C 24.2.3. Other exceptions are noted throughout this chapter. Spacing. In general, do not leave a space between letters in acronyms, NATO, and initialisms, PBS, but do leave a space between elements in abbreviations formed through shortening, distance attorney, unless the RST element is a single letter, staff sergeant. If an abbreviation contains an ampersand, and, do not leave spaces around it, Texas A&M. For spaces in personal names, see 24.2.1. Italics. Abbreviations are not normally italicized unless they stand for an italicized term, OED, for Oxford English Dictionary. Indenite articles. When an abbreviation follows an indenite article, choose between a and depending on how the abbreviation is read aloud. Acronyms, NATO, AIDS, are pronounced as words. Initialisms, EU, FDA, are read as a series of letters. Member nation of NATO, a NATO member. Person with AIDS, an AIDS patient. Member nation of the EU, an EU member. The FDA, an FDA mandate. 24.2 Names and titles. 24.2.1 Personal names. In general, do not abbreviate a person's RST, Benjamin Franklin, or last name. Once you have used a full name in text, use just the person's last name in subsequent references. However, if you are referring to more than one person with that last name, use RST names as necessary to avoid confusion. Alice James, William James. If you refer to these names very frequently in your paper, you may instead use abbreviations that you devise, AJ, WJ. But be sure to use these abbreviations as specified in 24.1.2. Some individuals are known primarily by initials in place of ARST and / or middle name. Such initials should be followed by a period and a space. If you abbreviate an entire name, however, omit periods and spaces. G.K. Chesterton but JFK. M.F.K. Fisher but FDR. Social titles such as Ms. and Mr. should always be abbreviated and capitalized, followed by a period. In most papers, however, you need not use such titles unless there is a possibility of confusion, such as referring to either a husband or a wife. Write abbreviations such as senior, junior, 3, or third, and 4, or fourth, without commas before them. Normally these abbreviations are used only after a full name, although royal and religious gers may be known only by arst name. Infrequent references to a father and a son, shortened versions may be used, Holmes Sr., but only after the full name has been presented. Do not spell out the term when it is part of a name, for example, not John Smith Jr., Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., William J. Kaufman III, Mary II. 24.2.2 Professional titles. Some individuals have civil, military, or religious titles such as the following along with their personal names. Many of these titles are conventionally abbreviated rather than spelled out in text when they precede and are capitalized as part of a personal name. Admiral, Admiral, Doctor, Doctor, Alderman, Alderman, Alderwoman, Father, Father, Attorney, General, Attorney General, 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 Captain, Captain, Government, Governor, Colonel, Colonel, Honorable, Honorable, Distance, Attorney, District Attorney, Light, Lieutenant, Light, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Senior, Senator, Major, Major, Sergeant, Sergeant, President, President, Staff Sergeant, Staff Sergeant, Republic, Representative, Senior, Sister, Revelation, Reverend, Street, Saint. On RST reference to an individual with such a title, use the abbreviation with the person's full name. If you prefer, you may spell out the titles, but do so consistently. For subsequent references, you may usually give just the person's last name, but if you need to repeat the title, to distinguish two people with similar names, or as a disciplinary sign of respect, give the spelled out title with the last name. Never use honorable or honorable except with a full name. If you spell out honorable or reverend before a full name, the title should be preceded by the Senior. Richard J. Durbin, Senator Durbin, Admiral, Cecil D. Haney, Admiral Haney, Revelation, Jane Schaefer, Reverend Schaefer, Honorable, Patricia Burkhalls, Burkhalls, or the Honorable Patricia Burkhalls. If you use one of these titles alone or after a personal name, it becomes a generic term and should be lowercased and spelled out. The Senator from Illinois, Haney, served as an admiral. An exception to the general pattern is Doctor. Use either the abbreviation Drive before the name or the official abbreviation for the degree, see 24.2.3, set off with commas after the name. Do not use both together. Dr. Lauren Shapiro discovered the cause of the outbreak. Lauren Shapiro, MD, discovered. Dr. Shapiro discovered. The doctor discovered. In addition to academic degrees, 24.2.3, here are a few professional titles that may be abbreviated following a personal name. Like MD in the example above, such titles should be set off with commas. JP, Justice of the Peace. LPN, Licensed Practical Nurse. MP Member of Parliament. S.J. Society of Jesus. 24.2.3 Academic degrees. You may use abbreviations in text and elsewhere for the common academic degrees. Some of the more common degrees are noted in the following list. Most are initialisms, see 24.1.1, which are written in capital letters without periods or spaces. Others contain both initials and shortened terms and therefore both capital and lowercase letters, also without periods or spaces. Traditionally all these forms appeared with periods, MA, PhD, LLB, A. Style still preferred by some institutions. Ab-Artium Baccalaureus, Bachelor of Arts. M-Artium Magister, Master of Arts. B.A. Bachelor of Arts. B.Ed Bachelor of Divinity. B.F.A. Bachelor of Fine Arts. B.M. Bachelor of Music. B.S. Bachelor of Science. D.B. Divinitatis Baccalaureus, Bachelor of Divinity. D.D. Divinitatis Doctor, Doctor of Divinity. D.Min Doctor of Ministry. Do Osteopathic Physician, Doctor of Osteopathy. Ed Doctor of Education. J.D. Juris Doctor, Doctor of Law. L.H.D. Literarum Humaniorum Doctor, Doctor of Humanities. Lit.D. Literarum Doctor, Doctor of Letters. Bachelor of Laws Legum Baccalaureus, Bachelor of Laws. Doctor of Laws Legum Doctor, Doctor of Laws. Ma Master of Arts. MBA Master of Business Administration. MD Medicini Doctor, Doctor of Medicine. MFA Master of Fine Arts. MS Master of Science. PhD Philosophiae Baccalaureus, Bachelor of Philosophy. PhD Philosophiae Doctor, Doctor of Philosophy. SB Scientia Baccalaureus, Bachelor of Science. Small Scientia Magister, Master of Science. STB Sacrae Theologia Baccalaureus, Bachelor of Sacred Theology. 24.2.4 Agencies, companies, and other organizations. You may use abbreviations in text and elsewhere for the names of government agencies, broadcasting companies, associations, fraternal and service organizations, unions, and other groups that are commonly known by acronyms or initialisms. See 24.1.1. Spell out the full name on RST. Reference, followed by the abbreviation in parentheses, see 24.1.2. Such abbreviations are in full capitals with no periods. Here is a representative list of such abbreviations. Other names within these categories, for example, ABBA, CBS, and NE, should be treated similarly. AAAS, AFL-CIO, AMA, AT&T, CDC, CNN, EU, FTC, HMO, NAACP, NAFTA, NFL, NIMH, NSF, OPEC, TVA, UN, UNESCO, WHO, YMCA. If a company is not commonly known by an abbreviation, spell out and capitalize its name in the text. The names of some companies contain abbreviations and ampersands. If in doubt about the correct form, look up the company name at its corporate website or, for historical forms, in an authoritative reference. You may omit such terms as Inc. or Limited from the name, and do not capitalize the word "the" at the beginning of the name. Subsequent references can drop terms such as & Co. or Corporation. Merck & Co. Rand Corporation. The University of Chicago Press. In tables, GERS, and citations, you may use any of the following abbreviations in company names: Association, Brothers, Co., Corp., Incorporated, LP, Limited Partnership, Manufacturing, PLC, Public Limited Company, RR, Railroad, RE, Railway. 24.3 Geographical terms. 24.3.1 Place names. In text, always spell out and capitalize the names of countries, states, counties, provinces, territories, bodies of water, mountains, and the like. See 22.1.1. Always spell out United States when using it as a noun. When using it as an adjective, you may either abbreviate it to US or spell it out, for a more formal tone. She was ineligible for the presidency because she was not born in the United States. His U.S. citizenship was revoked later that year. In tables, GERS, citations, and mailing addresses, abbreviate the names of U.S. states using the two-letter postal codes created by the U.S. Postal Service. AK, L, AR, AZ, CA, CO, CT, DC, D, Florida, GA, High, IA, ID, Illinois, N, Alaska, Alabama, Arkansas, Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, District of Columbia, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Iowa, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, MT, NC, ND, NE, NH, NJ, New Mexico, NV, New York, O, OK, or, PA, RI, SC, South Dakota, Montana, North Carolina, North Dakota, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Nevada, New York, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, KS, Kentucky, LA, MA, MD, me, MN, MO, MS, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Maryland, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Mississippi, TN, TX, UT, VA, Vermont, WA, WI, WV, WY, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, Vermont, Washington, Wisconsin, West Virginia, Wyoming. You may also abbreviate the names of Canadian provinces and territories, where state names would be abbreviated. UB, BC, Megabyte, NB, NL, NS, NT, Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, Northwest Territories, New, On, Pay, QC, SK, YT, Nunavut, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, Saskatchewan, Yukon. 24.3.2 Addresses. In text, spell out and capitalize terms that are part of addresses, including those listed below and similar ones, other synonyms for street, for example. In tables, GERS, citations, and mailing addresses, use the abbreviations. Note that all the abbreviations use periods except for the two-letter initialisms, such as NE. See 23.1.7 for an example of an address. In text, Ave, Avenue, Street, Street, Boulevard, Boulevard and North, Court, Court S South, Dr. Drive E East, Expressway, Expressway W West, Parkway, Parkway NE Northeast, Road, Road NW Northwest, Square, Square SE Southeast, Plural, Place SW Southwest. 24.4 Time and dates. 24.4.1 Time. You may use the abbreviations AM, Ante-Meri DM, or before noon, and PM, Post-Meri DM, or afternoon, in text and elsewhere to designate specific times. The abbreviations should be lowercase and in Roman type. Do not combine them with in the morning, in the evening, or o'clock. See also 23.1.5. 24.4.2 Days and months. In text, spell out and capitalize the names of days of the week and months of the year. See also 23.3.1. In tables, GERS, and citations, you may abbreviate them if you do so consistently. Note that some months in this system are not abbreviated. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 24.4.3 Eras. There are various systems for designating eras, all of which use Abbreviations with numerical dates. BC and AD are the most common designations, though BCE and CE may be used instead. To refer to the very distant past, a designation such as BP or Maya may become necessary. AD precedes the year number, the other designations follow it, see also 23.2.4 and 23.3.2. BC before Christ. AD Anno Domini, in the year of the Lord. BCE before the Common Era. CE Common Era. BP before the present. Maya, or Maya, million years ago. 24.5 units of measure. In the humanities and social sciences, spell out the names of units of measure such as dimensions, distances, volumes, weights, and degrees. Spell out the numbers or use numerals according to the general rule you are following, see 23.1.1. 5 miles. 150 kilograms. 14.5 meters. In the sciences, use standard abbreviations for units of measure when the amount is given in numerals. You may use abbreviations in other disciplines, depending on your local guidelines. Leave a space between the numeral and the unit, except where convention dictates otherwise. 36 degrees. 10%, see also 23.1.3. Note that abbreviations are the same in singular and plural. Spell out units of measure when they are not preceded by a number, or when the number is spelled out, as at the beginning of a sentence, see 23.1.2.1. We injected 10 L of virus near the implants. Results are given in microliters. 12 microliters of virus was considered a safe amount. For a list of abbreviations including common units of measure, see 10.49 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017. 24.6 The Bible and other sacred works. When you refer in text to whole chapters or books of the Bible or the Apocrypha, spell out the names of the books but do not italicize them. Jeremiah 42:44 records the flight of the Jews to Egypt. The revelation of St. John the Divine, known as Revelation, closes the New Testament. When you cite biblical passages by verse, see 17.5.2 and 19.5.2. Abbreviate the names of the books, using Arabic numerals if they are numbered. 2 Kings. Also use Arabic numerals for chapter and verse numbers, with a colon between them. Since versions of the scriptures do not all use the same names and numbers for books, identify the version you are citing. Depending on the context, you may either spell out the name of the version, at least on RST occurrence, or use abbreviations, see 24.6.4, as shown here. Song of Solution 2, 1, 5 NRSV. Ruth 3:14 NAB. The following sections list both traditional and shorter abbreviations for the books of the Bible, arranged in alphabetical order. If you are unsure which form of abbreviation is appropriate, consult your instructor. Where no abbreviation is given, use the full form. 24.6.1 Jewish Bible/Old Testament. Note that the abbreviation for Old Testament is OT. Traditional shorter full name: Amos M. Amos. 1 Chronicles 1 Chich 1 Chronicles 2 Chronicles 2 Chich 2 Chronicles Dan DN Daniel Deuteronomy DT Deuteronomy Ecclesiastes Ecclesiastes Esther EST Esther Exodus Exodus Ezekiel Ezekiel Ezra 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 General GN Genesis Heb HB Habakkuk Haggai HG Haggai Hosea Hosea Isa is Isaiah Jeremiah Job JB Job Joel JL Joel John Jonah Josh Joshua Judges JGS Judges 1 Kings 1 KGS 1 Kings 2 Kings 2 KGS 2 Kings Lamentations Lamentations Leviticus LV Leviticus Malaysia Malachi Mike Micah Nat Nahum Nehemiah Numberer New Mexico Numbers Abad Obadiah Province PRV Proverbs PS Plural PSS PS Plural PSS Psalms Ruth Russia Ruth 1 Sam 1 small 1 Samuel 2 Sam 2 small 2 Samuel Song of Solution SG Song of Solomon Song of Songs Zechariah Zephaniah 24.6.2 Apocrypha. The books of the Apocrypha are included in Roman Catholic but not Jewish or Protestant versions of the Bible. Note that the traditional abbreviation for Apocrypha is APOC. No shorter abbreviation. Traditional shorter full name: Barbaric Bell and Dragon Bell and the Dragon Eccles Sir Ecclesiasticus Syriac 1 ESD 1 Esdras 2 ESD 2 Esdras JTH JDT Judith 1 Maccabees 1 MC 1 Maccabees 2 Maccabees 2 MC 2 Maccabees Prince of Manitoba Prayer of Manasseh Manasseh Song of Three Children Song of the Three Holy Children SUS Susanna Tob TB Tobit Wisd of Solution WS Wisdom of Solomon Additions to Esther Rest of Esther 24.6.3 New Testament. Note that the abbreviation for New Testament is NT. Traditional shorter full name: Acts of the Apostles APOC Apocalypse Revelation Kernel Colossians 1 Cor 1 Cor 1 Corinthians 2 Cor 2 Corinthians F. Ephesians. Gallon. Galatians. Hebrews. James James. John Gospel. 1 John Epistle. 2 John Epistle. 3 John Epistle. Jude. Luke Luke. Mark Mark. Matt Matthew. 1 Peter 1 Peter. 2 Peter. Philippines. Philippians. Philemon. Philemon. Revelation. Revelation, Apocalypse. Romans. 1 Thessalonians. 2 Thessalonians. 1 Timothy. 2 Timothy. Titus Titanium Titus. 24.6.4 Versions of the Bible. These abbreviations cover many standard versions of the Bible. If the version you are citing is not listed here, consult your instructor. ARV American Revised Version. ASV American Standard Version. At American Translation. Avenue Authorized, King James, Version. CEV Contemporary English Version. DVD Version. Of English Revised Version. EV English Version, S. JB Jerusalem Bible. NAB New American Bible. NEB New English Bible. NRSV New Revised Standard Version. RSV Revised Standard Version. RV Revised Version. Vulgate. 24.6.5 Other Sacred Works. Many sacred works of other religious traditions are divided into parts similar to those of the Bible. Capitalize and set in Roman type the names of the works themselves, Quran or Quran, Vedas, but italicize the names of their parts, Albakara, Rigveda. Although there is no widely accepted method for abbreviating the names of these works or their parts, you may punctuate citations from them similarly to those from the Bible. See also 17.5.2 and 19.5.2. If a work has multiple numbered divisions, you may substitute periods or commas for colons or make other adaptations to clarify the location of the cited passage. Quran 2:57 or Quran 2, Al-Baqarah, 257. Mahabharata 1.2.3. If your paper is in religious studies, consult your instructor for more specific guidance. 24.7 Abbreviations in citations and other scholarly contexts. Many abbreviations are commonly used and even preferred in citations, especially for identifying the roles of individuals other than authors, ed. Trans, the parts of works, vol, bk, section, and locating information, p, n. For guidelines on using abbreviations in citations, see 16.1.6 and Chapter 17, or 18.1.6 and Chapter 19. In text, it is usually better to spell things out. Common abbreviations like, for example, i.e., and etc., if used, should be con to parentheses, See 21.8.1. Following is a list of some of the most common abbreviations encountered in citations and other scholarly contexts. Unless otherwise shown, most form the plural by adding s or es. None of them are normally italicized. Abbreviation, abbreviated, abbreviation. Abridged, abridged, abridgment. Anon, anonymous. App appendix. Association, association. Be born. Bib. Bible, biblical. Bibliography, bibliography, bibliographer. Biography, biography, biographer. BK book. CA circa, about, approximately. Cap. Capital, capitalize. CD compact disc. CF confer, compare. Chapter, chapter. Kernel color, best spelled out, column. Comp compiler, compiled by. Cont. Continued. Corrects. Corrected. D died. Department, department. Dict. Dictionary. Dis. Dissertation. Divided division. DOI digital object identifier. DVD digital versatile, or video, disc. Ed. Editor, edition, edited by. For example, exempli grazia, for example. Enlisted, enlarged. Especially, especially. ET Alabama, ET alii, or ET alia, and others. Etc. Et cetera, and so forth. Example, example. Figure, figure. FF and following. Following folio. FPS frames per second. Frag. Fragment. FTP file transfer protocol. HTTP hypertext transfer protocol. IBID, IBIDEM, in the same place. ID, IDEM, the same. IEIDEST, that is. Illustrated, illustration, illustrator. Infinitive, infra, below. International, international. Intro. Introduction. 1. Plural 11, line, best spelled out to avoid confusion with numerals. 1 and 11. Locative citation, loco citato, in the place cited, best avoided. Miscellaneous, miscellaneous. MS, plural. MSS. Manuscript. N. Plural NN, note, used without periods in citations. National, national. NB or NB nota bene, take careful note. ND no date. No number. NP no place, no publisher, no page. NS new style, dates. North S new series. Opus citation opera citato, in the work cited, best avoided. Org. Organization. OS old style, dates. OS old series. P. Plural pages, page. Para. Or. PAR. Paragraph. Person. Community. Personal communication. Plural plate, best spelled out, plural. PS postscriptum, postscript. Pseudonym. PT part. Pub. Publication, publisher, published by. QV quod vidi, which see. R recto, right. Read per. Reprint. Reverend revised, revised by, revision, review, reviewed by. ROM read-only memory. Sound. Section. Seer. Series. Sing. Singular. Social society. Sup. Supra, above. Supplement. SV. Plural. S versus. Subverbo, sub voce, under the word. Sin. Synonym, synonymous. TP title page. Translated by, translator. University. URL uniform resource locator. Usually. V. Plural versus, verse, verso, right. Viz. Videlicet, namely. Vol. Volume. Versus or V versus, in legal contexts, use V. 25 quotations. 25.1 Quoting accurately and avoiding plagiarism. 25.2 Incorporating quotations into your text. 25.2.1 Run-in quotations. 25.2.2 Block quotations. 25.3 Modifying quotations. 25.3.1 Permissible changes. 25.3.2 Omissions. This chapter offers general guidelines for presenting quotations. Although all of the examples are in English, the guidelines also apply to quotations from other languages. See also 22.2.1. Quoting directly from a source is just one of several options for representing the work of others in your paper. For a discussion of the alternatives and when to use them, see 7.4. Whichever option you choose, you must cite the source of the words or ideas. Chapter 15 provides an introduction to citation practices, and the following chapters describe two common citation styles. Chapters 16 and 17, Notes Style, Chapters 18 and 19. Author date style. If you are writing a thesis or a dissertation, your department or university may have specific requirements for presenting quotations, which are usually available from the Office of Theses and Dissertations. If you are writing a class paper, your instructor may also ask you to follow certain principles for presenting quotations. Review those requirements before you prepare your paper. They take precedence over the guidelines suggested here. For style guides in various disciplines, see the bibliography. If your dissertation will be submitted to an external dissertation repository, you may need to obtain formal permission from copyright holders for certain types of quotations. See Chapter 4 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017. 25.1 Quoting accurately and avoiding plagiarism. Accurate quotation is crucial to the scholarly enterprise, so you must use only reliable, relevant sources, see 3.3. Transcribe words exactly as they are in the original, or modify them only, as described in 25.3. Accurately report the sources in your bibliography or reference list, see chapters 16 and 18, so that readers can consult them for themselves. The ethics of scholarship also require that whenever you quote words or rely on tables, graphics, or data from another source, you clearly indicate what you borrowed and from where, using the appropriate citation style. See Chapter 15. If you do not, you risk a charge of plagiarism. But even if you do cite a source accurately, you still risk a charge of plagiarism if you use the exact words of the source but fail to identify them as a quotation in one of the ways given in 25.2. For a fuller discussion of plagiarism, see 7.9. 25.2 Incorporating quotations into your text. You can incorporate a quotation into your text in one of two ways, depending on its length. If the quotation is 4 lines or less, run it into your text and enclose it in quotation marks. If it is v lines or longer, set it off as a block quotation, without quotation marks. Follow the same principles for quotations within footnotes or endnotes. You may use a block quotation for a quotation shorter than v lines if you want to emphasize it or compare it to a longer quotation. 25.2.1 Run-in quotations. When quoting a passage of less than v lines, enclose the exact words quoted in double quotation marks. There are several ways to integrate a quotation into the O of your text, see 7.5. You may introduce it with the name of the author accompanied by a term such as notes, claims, argues, or according to. Note that these terms are usually in the present tense, rather than noted, claimed, and so forth, but some disciplines follow different practices. In this case, put a comma before the quotation. Ricoeur writes, the boundary between plot and argument is no easier to trace. As Ricoeur notes, the boundary between plot and argument is no easier to trace. If you weave a quotation more tightly into the syntax of your sentence, such as with the word that, do not put a comma before it. Ricoeur warns us that the boundary between plot and argument is no easier to trace. If you put the attributing phrase in the middle or at the end of a quotation, set it off with a pair of commas when it occurs in the middle or with a single comma when it occurs at the end. The boundary between plot and argument, says Ricoeur, is no easier to trace. The boundary between plot and argument is no easier to trace, says Ricoeur. For the use of commas, periods, and other punctuation marks relative to quotations, see 21.12.2 and 25.3.1, for permissible changes to capitalization and other elements, see 25.3.1. 25.2.1.1 Placement of citations. If you cite the source of a quotation in a footnote or endnote, where you place the superscript note number, see 16.3.2, depends on where the quotation falls within a sentence. If the quotation is at the end of the sentence, put the number after the closing quotation mark. According to Litwack, scores of newly freed slaves viewed movement as a vital expression of their emancipation. 4. If the quotation ends in the middle of a sentence, put the number at the end of the clause that includes the quotation, which often is the end of the sentence. Scores of newly freed slaves viewed movement as a vital expression of their emancipation, according to Litwack. 4. Litwack argues that scores of newly freed slaves viewed movement as a vital expression of their emancipation, and he proceeds to prove this assertion. The same placement options apply to citations given parenthetically with either notes style, 16.4.3, or author date citations, see 18.3.1, with two notable differences. If a period or comma would normally precede the closing quotation mark, place it outside the quotation, following the closing parenthesis. The authors seek to understand how people categorize the objects they encounter in everyday situations. Boker and Starr. 1999, 59. To determine how people categorize the objects they encounter in everyday situations. Boker and Starr. 1999, 59. The authors devised a study. When the author's name is mentioned in text along with the quotation, place the date next to the author's name, regardless of where it appears. Relative to the quotation, scores of newly freed slaves viewed movement as a vital expression of their emancipation, according to Litwack. 1999. 482. Litwack's 1999, 482, observation that scores of newly freed slaves. 25.2.1.2 Special punctuation. For a quotation within a quotation, use single quotation marks for the inner set of quoted words. Rothko argues Ball wanted to make works that wrought a transcendent effect, that dealt with spiritual concerns. Paintings must be like miracles, he once said. If you run two or more lines of poetry into your text, separate them with a slash, with a space before and after it. In most cases, however, use block quotations for poetry, see 25.2.2.2. They reduce life to a simple proposition, all things have rest, and ripen toward the grave, in silence, ripen, fall, and cease. 25.2.2 Block quotations. 25.2.2.1 Prose. Present a prose quotation of VE or more lines as a block quotation. Introduce the quotation in your own words in the text, see 7.5. If you introduce the quotation with a complete sentence, end the sentence with a colon. If you use only an attribution phrase such as notes, claims, argues, or according to along with the author's name, end the phrase with a comma. If you weave the quotation into the syntax of your sentence, do not use any punctuation before the quotation if no punctuation would ordinarily appear there. See the second example below. Single space a block quotation, and leave a blank line before and after it. Do not add quotation marks at the beginning or end, but preserve any quotation marks in the original. Indent the entire quotation as far as you indent the RST line of a paragraph. In literary studies and other fields concerned with close analysis of texts, you should indent the RST line of a block quotation farther than the rest of the quotation if the text is indented. In the original, see also 25.3. For other punctuation and capitalization within the quotation, see 25.3.1. Jackson begins by evoking the importance of home. Housing is an outward expression of the inner human nature. No society can be fully understood apart from the residences of its members. A 19th century melody declares, "There's no place like home," and even though she had Emerald City at her feet, Dorothy could think of no place she would rather be than at home in Kansas. Our homes are our havens from the world. 1. In the rest of his introduction, he discusses, if you quote more than one paragraph, do not add extra line space between them, but indent the RST line of the second and subsequent paragraphs farther than the rest of the quotation. He observed that governments ordinarily perish by powerlessness or by tyranny. In the first case, power escapes them, in the other, it is torn from them. Many people, on seeing democratic states fall into anarchy, have thought that government in these states was naturally weak and powerless. The truth is that when war among their parties has once been set aflame, government loses its action on society. Tocqueville, 248. If you cite the source in a footnote or endnote, place the note number as a superscript at the end of the block quotation, as in the RST example above. See also 16.3.2. If you cite the source parenthetically, put the citation after the terminal punctuation of a block quotation, as in the second example above. Note that this differs from its placement with a run-in quotation, as explained in 25.2.1.1. 25.2.2.2 Poetry and Drama. Present a quotation of two or more lines from poetry as a block quotation. Begin each line of the poem on a new line, with punctuation at the ends of lines as in the original. For most papers, indent a block of poetry as you would a prose quotation. If a line is too long to tee on a single line, indent the run over farther than the rest of the quotation. In a dissertation or other longer paper that includes many poetry quotations, center each left-aligned quotation on the page relative to the longest line. Whitman's poem includes some memorable passages. My tongue, every atom of my blood, formed from this soil, this air. Born here of parents born here from parents the same, and their parents the same. I, now 37 years old in perfect health, begin hoping to cease not till death. If you are quoting a poem with an unusual alignment, reproduce the alignment of the original to the best of your ability. This is what Herbert captured so beautifully. Sure there was wine before my sighs did dree it, there was corn before my tears did drown it. Is the year onnily lost to me? Have I no bays to crown it? No flowers, no garlands gay? All blasted? All wasted? If you quote 2 or more lines of dialogue from a dramatic work, set the quotation apart in a block quotation formatted as you would prose. Present each speaker's name so that it is distinct from the dialogue, such as in all capital letters or in a different font. Begin each speech on a new line, and indent Runover farther than the rest of the quotation. Then the play takes an unusual turn. Royster doister. Except I have her to my wife, I shall run mad. Merygreeke. Nay, unwise, perhaps, but I warrant you for mad. 25.2.2.3 EPIGRAPHS. An epigraph is a quotation that establishes a theme of your paper. For epigraphs used in the front matter of a thesis or dissertation, see A21. Treat an epigraph at the beginning of a chapter or section as a block quotation. On the line below it, give the author and the title right and preceded by an M dash, or 2 hyphens, see 21.7.2. You do not need a more formal citation for an epigraph. Leave 2 blank lines between the source line and the beginning of text. See also GOR A9. The city, however, does not tell its past, but contains it like the lines of a hand. Italo Calvino, Invisible Cities. 25.3 Modifying quotations. When you do your research, you must record the exact wording, spelling, capitalization, and punctuation of any text you plan to quote, even if they do not follow the guidelines in this manual. When you incorporate the quotation into your paper, however, you may make minor adjustments to the syntax of the surrounding text or to emphasize certain parts of the quotation. Note that disciplines have different standards for issues discussed in this section, such as modifying initial capital and lowercase letters and using ellipses for omissions. For papers in most disciplines, follow the general guidelines. For papers in literary studies and other fields concerned with close analysis of texts, follow the stricter guidelines given under some topics. If you are not sure which set to follow, consult your local guidelines or your instructor. 25.3.1 Permissible changes. 25.3.1.1 Spelling. If the original source contains an obvious typographic error, correct it without comment. Original. These conclusions are not definite, but they are certainly suggestive. Clayton admits that his conclusions are not definite. If, however, such an error reveals something significant about the source, or is relevant to your argument, preserve it in your quotation immediately. Following the error, insert the Latin word sic, so, italicized and enclosed in brackets, to identify it as the author's error. It is considered bad manners to call out errors just to embarrass a source. Original. the average American does not know how to spell and cannot use a comma properly. Russell exemplifies her own argument by claiming that the average American cannot use a comma properly. When quoting from an older source or one that represents dialect with non-standard spelling, preserve idiosyncrasies of spelling, and do not use sic. If you modernize or alter all of the spelling and punctuation for clarity, inform your readers in a note or preface. 25.3.1.2 Capitalization and punctuation. In most disciplines, you may change the initial letter of a quoted passage from capital to lowercase or from lowercase to capital without noting the change. If you weave the quotation into the syntax of your sentence, begin it with a lowercase letter. Otherwise, begin it with a capital letter if it begins with a complete sentence, with a lowercase letter if it does not. You may also make similar changes when you use ellipses, see 25.3.2. Original. As a result of these factors, the Mexican people were bound to benefit from the change. Fernandez claims, the Mexican people were bound to benefit from the change. Fernandez claims that the Mexican people were bound to benefit from the change. Fernandez points out that as a result of these factors, the Mexican people were bound to benefit from the change. The Mexican people, notes Fernandez, were bound to benefit from the change. Depending on how you work the quotation in the text, you may also omit anal period or change it to a comma. Fernandez notes that the Mexicans were bound to benefit from the change as a result of the factors he discusses. The Mexican people were bound to benefit from the change, argues Fernandez. Likewise, if the original passage ends with a colon or semicolon, you may delete it or change it to a period or a comma, depending on the structure of your sentence, see 21.12.2.1. In literary studies and other fields concerned with close analysis of texts, indicate any change in capitalization by putting the altered letter in brackets. For the use of ellipsis dots in literary studies, see 25.3.2.3. Key Mexican people were bound to benefit from the change, argues Fernandez. Fernandez points out that, as a result of these factors, the Mexican people were bound to benefit from the change. In any discipline, if you put double quotation marks around a passage that already includes double quotation marks, change the internal marks to single quotation marks for clarity, see 25.2.1.2. 25.3.1.3 Italics. You may italicize for emphasis words that are not italicized in the original, but you must indicate the change with the notation italics mine or emphasis added, placed either in the quotation or in its citation. Within the quotation, add the notation in square brackets immediately after the italicized words. In a citation, add the notation after the page number, preceded by a semicolon, see also 16.3.5. In general, avoid adding italics to passages that include italics in the original. If it becomes necessary, you may distinguish these with the notation italics in original or, for example, Flaubert's italics. According to Schultz, by the end of 2010, every democracy, emphasis added, will face the challenge of nuclear terrorism. 1. Brown notes simply that the destruction of the tribes had all happened in less than 10 years, 271, italics mine. 25.3.1.4 Insertions. If you need to insert a word or more of explanation, clarification, or correction into a quotation, enclose the insertion in brackets. If you find yourself making many such insertions, consider paraphrasing or weaving smaller quotations into your text instead. As she observes, these masters, Picasso, Braque, Matisse, rebelled against academic training. She observes that Picasso, Braque, and Matisse rebelled against academic training. 25.3.1.5 Notes. If you quote a passage that includes a superscript note number but do not quote the note itself, you may omit the note number. On the other hand, parenthetical text references in the original should usually be retained. 25.3.2 Omissions. If you omit words, phrases, sentences, or even paragraphs from a quotation because they seem irrelevant, be careful not to change or misrepresent the meaning of the original source. Not only must you preserve words whose absence might change the entire meaning of the quotation, such as not, never, or always, but you must also preserve important qualifications. The quotation shown in the following example would be a misrepresentation of the author's meaning. See also 4.2.4. Original. The change was sure to be beneficial once the immediate troubles subsided. Yang claims, the change was sure to be beneficial. 25.3.2.1 Inserting ellipses. To indicate the omission of a word, phrase, or sentence, use ellipsis dots, 3 periods with spaces between them. To avoid breaking an ellipsis over the line, use your word processor's ellipsis character or, alternatively, use a non-breaking space before and after the middle dot. You will also need to use a non-breaking space between the ellipsis and any punctuation mark that follows. Any mark that precedes the ellipsis, including a period, may appear at the end of the line above. Since the dots stand for words omitted, they always go inside the quotation marks or block quotation. How you use ellipses in certain situations depends on your discipline. For most disciplines, follow the general method. For literary studies and other fields concerned with close analysis of texts, follow the textual studies method. See 25.3.2.3. If you are not sure which method to follow, consult your local guidelines or your instructor. See 25.3.1 for adjustments to capitalization and punctuation with omissions. 25.3.2.2 General method for ellipses. You may shorten a quotation such as the following in several different ways. Original. When a nation is wrong, it should say so and apologize to the wrong party. It should conduct itself according to the standards of international diplomacy. It should also take steps to change the situation. If you omit words within a sentence, use 3 ellipsis dots as described above. 25.3.2.1. When a nation is wrong, it should apologize to the wronged party. If you omit material between sentences and the material preceding the omission is a grammatically complete sentence, use a terminal punctuation mark immediately following that sentence. Leave a space between that punctuation mark and the RST ellipsis dot. Follow this practice even if the omission includes the end of the preceding sentence, as long as what is left is grammatically complete, as in the second example here. When a nation is wrong, it should say so and apologize to the wronged party. It should also take steps to change the situation. When a nation is wrong, it should say so. It should also take steps to change the situation. If you omit material between sentences so that the material preceding and following the omission combines to form a grammatically complete sentence, do not include terminal punctuation before the ellipsis. To avoid misrepresenting the author's meaning, however, it is generally better to use one of the shortening options above or to use 2 separate quotations in this situation. When a nation is wrong, it should say so and take steps to change the situation. The same principles apply with other types of punctuation marks, which precede or follow an ellipsis depending on where the words are omitted. In some situations, such as the second example below, consider using a more selective quotation. How hot was it? No one could function in that climate. The merchant's stock included dry goods and sundry other items, all for purchase by the women of the town. Or, the merchant stocked dry goods and sundry other items for the town's women. Since in many contexts it is obvious when a quotation has been shortened, you need not use ellipsis points in the following situations: before or after a quoted phrase, incomplete sentence, or other fragment from the original that is clearly not a complete sentence. If you omit anything within the fragment, however, use ellipsis points at the appropriate place. Smith wrote that the president had been very much impressed by the paper that stressed using the economic resources of all the major powers at the beginning of a quotation, even if the beginning of the sentence from the original has been omitted, but see 25.3.2.3 for the textual studies method for ellipses. At the end of a quotation, even if the end of the sentence from the original has been omitted. 25.3.2.3 Textual Studies Method for Ellipses. The textual studies method uses ellipses more strictly than the general method to represent omissions of material at the beginning and end of quoted sentences. If you use this method, follow the principles of the general method except as noted below. Original: when a nation is wrong, it should say so and apologize to the wrong party. it should conduct itself according to the standards of international diplomacy. It should also take steps to change the situation. If you omit material between sentences but quote the sentence preceding the omission in full, include the terminal punctuation mark from the original. Leave a space between that punctuation mark and the RST. Ellipsis dot, as in the general method, shown in the RST example below. However, if the omission includes the end of the preceding sentence, even if what is left is a grammatically complete sentence, put a space instead of a punctuation mark immediately following that sentence. After the space, use 3 ellipsis dots to represent the omission, followed by a space and the terminal punctuation mark from the original, as in the second example here. When a nation is wrong, it should say so and apologize to the wrong party. It should also take steps to change the situation. But when a nation is wrong, it should say so. It should also take steps to change the situation. If you begin a quotation with a sentence that is grammatically complete, despite an omission at the beginning of the sentence, indicate the omission with an ellipsis. If the RST word is capitalized in the quotation, but not in the original, indicate the changed letter in brackets, see 25.3.1. It should say so and apologize to the wrong party. If you end a quotation with a sentence that is grammatically complete, despite an omission at the end of the sentence, indicate the omission with a space and a 3-dot ellipsis, followed by a space and the terminal punctuation from the original, as you would for an omitted ending between sentences. When a nation is wrong, it should say so. 25.3.2.4 Omitting a paragraph or more. The following practice applies to both the general and textual studies methods of handling omissions. If you omit a full paragraph or more within a block quotation, indicate that omission with a period and 3 ellipsis dots at the end of the paragraph before the omission. If the quotation includes another paragraph after the omission, indent the RST line of the new paragraph. If it starts in the middle of a paragraph, begin with 3 ellipsis points after the indentation. Merton writes, "A brand new conscience was just coming into existence as an actual, operating function of a soul. My choices were just about to become responsible. Since no man ever can, or could, live by himself and for himself alone, the destinies of thousands of other people were bound to be affected." 25.3.2.5 Omitting a line or more of poetry. For both the general and textual studies methods, show the omission of one or more complete lines of a poem quoted in a block quotation by a line of ellipsis points about as long as the line above it. The key passage reads as follows: "Weep no more, woeful shepherds, weep no more. For Lycidas your sorrow is not dead. To all that wander in that perilous flood." 26 Tables and figures. 26.1 General issues. 26.1.1 Position in the text. 26.1.2 size, 26.1.3 source lines, 26.2 tables, 26.2.1 table structure, 26.2.2 table numbers and titles, 26.2.3 rules, 26.2.4 column heads, 26.2.5 the stub, 26.2.6 the body of a table, 26.2.7 footnotes, 26.3 figures, 26.3.1 charts and graphs, 26.3.2 figure numbers and captions. Many research papers use tables and GIRs to present data. Tables are grids consisting of columns and rows that present numerical or verbal facts by categories. Figures include charts, graphs, diagrams, photographs, maps, musical examples, drawings, and other images. All these types of tabular and non-textual materials are collectively referred to as illustrations, a term sometimes used interchangeably with GIRs, or graphics. When you have data that could be conveyed in a table or GIR, your RST task is to choose the most effective of these formats. Some kinds of data are better represented in a table, some in a chart, others in a graph. Your choice will affect how your readers respond to your data. These are rhetorical issues discussed in Chapter 8. This chapter focuses on how to construct the particular form you choose, looking specifically at tables and two types of GIRs, charts and graphs. Most tables, charts, and graphs are created with software. You cannot rely on software, however, to select the most effective format or to generate such items in the correct style, nor will software ensure logical or formal consistency. Expect to change some default settings before creating tables, charts, and graphs, and to tune these items once they are produced. Your department or university may have specific requirements for formatting tables and GIRs, usually available from the Office of Theses and Dissertations. If you are writing a class paper, check with your instructor for any special requirements. Review these requirements before you prepare your paper. They take precedence over the guidelines suggested here. For style guides in various disciplines, see the bibliography. For more information on creating and formatting tables and GIRs and inserting them into your paper, see A31. 26.1 General issues. There are several issues common to the presentation of tables and GIRs in papers. 26.1.1 Position in the text. Normally you should place a table or GIR immediately after the paragraph in which you mention it. Sometimes, however, such placement will cause a short table to break unnecessarily across the page or a GIR to jump to the top of the next page, leaving more than a few lines of white space at the bottom of the previous page. To prevent either of these from happening, you may place the table or GIR farther along in the text, as long as it remains within a page of its RST mention, or b. place the table or GUR just before the RST mention, as long as it appears on the same page as the mention. Such adjustments are best made after the text of your paper is null. You may group smaller tables or GURs on a page, as long as they are clearly distinct from one another. Group tables generally retain their own titles, see 26.2.2. If grouped GURs are closely related, give them a single number and a general caption, otherwise use separate numbers and captions. See 26.3.2. Depending on your local guidelines, you may instead group tables and GURs together in a section labeled Illustrations in the back matter of your paper, see A231. If a table or GUR is only marginally relevant to your topic, or if it is too large to put in the text, put it in an appendix in the back matter of your paper. See A23. For more information on inserting tables and GURs into your paper, see A31. 26.1.2 Size. Whenever you can, format tables and GURs to T on one page in normal, or portrait, orientation. If they do not T, try shortening long column heads or abbreviating repeated terms. If you cannot make a table or GUR T on a page, you have several options. Landscape. If a table or GUR is too wide for a page, turn it 90 degrees so that the left side is at the bottom of the page. This orientation is called landscape or broadside. Do not put any of your main text on a page containing a landscape table or GUR. Set the table title or GUR caption in either landscape or portrait orientation. See GUR A13 for an example. You may need to convert a table into an imagely in order to rotate it side by side. If a table is longer than a page but less than half a page wide, break it in half and position the two halves side by side in one table on the same page. Separate the two halves with a vertical rule, and include the column heads on both sides. Multiple pages. If a table or GUR is too long to T on a single page in portrait orientation or too wide to T in landscape, divide it between two or more pages. For tables, repeat the stub column and all column heads. See 26.2, on every page. Omit the bottom rule on all pages except the last. Reduction. If the GUR is a photograph or other image, consider reducing it. Consult your local guidelines for any requirements related to resolution, scaling, cropping, and other parameters. Separate items. If none of the above solutions is appropriate, consider presenting the data in two or more separate tables or GURs. Appendix. If the table or GUR consists of supplementary material that cannot be presented in print form, such as a large data set or a multimedia, treat it as an appendix, as described in A23. 26.1.3 Source lines. You must acknowledge the sources of any data you use in tables and GURs that you did not collect yourself. You must do this even if you present the data in a new form. For example, you create a graph based on data originally published in a table, add fresh data to a table from another source, or combine data from multiple sources by meta-analysis. Treat a source line as a footnote to a table, see 26.2.7, or as part of a caption for a GUR, see 26.3.2. For tables, introduce the source line with the word source, S, capitalized, in italics, followed by a colon. If the source line runs onto more than one line, the runover should be left, single-spaced. End a source line with a period. If you are following notes style for your citations, cite the source as in a full note, see Chapter 16, including the original table or GUR number, or the page number from which you took the data. Unless you cite this source elsewhere in your paper, you need not include it in your bibliography. Source: data from David Halley, Inside Culture, Art and Class in the American Home, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1993, Table 2. Sources: data from Richard H. Adams Jr., Remittances, Investment and Rural Asset Accumulation in Pakistan, Economic Development and Cultural Change 47, No. 1, 1998, 155-73, David Bevan, Paul Collier, and January Gunning, Peasants and Government, An Economic Analysis, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1989, 125-28. If you are following author date style for your citations, cite the source as in a parenthetical citation, minus the parentheses, and include full bibliographical information about it in your reference list, see Chapter 18. Source: data from Halley 1993, Table 2. Sources: data from Adams 1998, 155-73, Bevan, Collier, and Gunning 1989, 125-28. If you have adapted the data in any way from what is presented in the original source, include the phrase adapted from in the source line, as shown in Tables 26.1 and 26.3. For photographs, maps, and other GURs that you did not create yourself, include an acknowledgement of the creator in place of a source line. Map by Gerald F. Pyle. Photograph by James L. Ballard. If your dissertation will be submitted to an external dissertation repository, you may also need to obtain formal permission to reproduce tables or GURs protected by copyright. See Chapter 4 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017. If you need to include credit lines in connection with such permissions, see CMOS 329-37, GURs, and 3.77, Tables. 26.2 Tables. In many situations, you may choose to present data in a table. Chapter 8 describes criteria for using tables as well as general design principles for them. This section covers most of the issues you are likely to encounter in their preparation. Tables 26.1, 26.3 provide examples of the principles discussed here. Tables vary widely in the complexity of their content and therefore in their structure, but consistency both within and across tables is essential to ensure that readers will understand your data. Use Arabic numerals for all numerical data in tables unless otherwise noted. To save space, you can use abbreviations and symbols more freely than you can in text, but use them sparingly and consistently. If standard abbreviations do not exist, create your own and explain them either in a footnote to the table, see 26.2.7, or, if there are many, in a list of abbreviations in your paper's front matter, see A21. 26.2.1 Table structure. A table has elements analogous to horizontal and vertical axes on a graph. On the horizontal axis along the top are column heads. On the vertical axis along the left are headings that constitute what is called the stub column. This grid of columns, vertical, and rows, horizontal, in a table usually correlates two sets of variables called independent and dependent. The independent variables are traditionally defined on the left, in the stub column. The dependent variables are traditionally defined in the column heads. If you include the same set of variables in two or more tables in your paper, be consistent, put them in the same place in each table, as column heads or in the stub. The data, which may be words, numbers, or both, see table 26.1, are entered in the cells below the column heads and to the right of the stub column. Table 26.1. Selected churches in Four Corners, Boston. Church. Religious. Tradition, attendance, ethnicity/origin, class. Church of God. Pentecostal 100 Caribbean. Mixed. Middle. Church of the Holy Ghost. Pentecostal 10 Southern Black Working Faith. Baptist. Baptist 70 Southern Black Middle. Maison d'Esprit. Pentecostal 50 Haitian Working. Mount Nebo. Apostolic. Apostolic 30 Southern Black Working/Middle. Source: data adapted from Omar M. McRoberts, Streets of Glory, Church and Community in a Black Urban Neighborhood, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 2003, 53. 26.2.2 Table numbers and titles. In general, every table should have a number and a title. Place these items left on the line above the table, with the word table, capitalized, in Roman type, followed by the table number, in Arabic numerals, followed by a period. After a space, give the title without a terminal period. Capitalize the title sentence style, see 22.3.1. If a title runs onto more than one line, the runover should be left, single-spaced. Table 13. Yen-dollar ratios in Japanese exports, 1995-2005. A simple tabulation that can be introduced clearly in the text, such as a simple two-column list, need not be numbered or titled. Chicago's population grew exponentially in its first century. 1844,470. 1870 298,977. 1900 1,698,575 1930 3,376,438 26.2.2.1 Table numbers. Number tables separately from GERs, in the order in which you mention them in the text. If you have only a few tables, number them consecutively throughout the paper, even across chapters. If you have many tables and many chapters, use double numeration, that is, the chapter number followed by a period followed by the table number, as in Table 12.4. When you refer to a table in the text, specify the table number, in Table 3, rather than its location, below, because you may end up moving the table while editing or formatting the paper. Do not capitalize the word table in text references to tables. 26.2.2.2 Table titles. Keep table titles short but descriptive enough to indicate the specific nature of the data and to differentiate tables from one another. For discussion of good titling practices, see 8.3.1. Table titles may be presented in a smaller font than the rest of your text. 26.2.3 Rules. Rules, lines, separate different types of data and text. Too many rules create a confusing image, so use them sparingly and consistently. See also 8.3.2. Insert full-width horizontal rules to separate the table's title from the column heads. See 26.2.4, the column heads from the body of the table, and the body of the table from footnotes. A rule above a row of totals is traditional but not essential. See Table 26.2. Unnumbered tables run into the text can usually be set with no rules, as long as any column heads are set off typographically. Use partial width horizontal rules to indicate which column heads and columns are governed by special types of heads. If you use them, see 26.2.4, Table 26.2. Leave enough space between data cells to avoid the need for additional rules. Do not use vertical rules to enclose the table in a box. But if you need to double up a long and narrow table, see 26.1.2, use a vertical rule to separate the two halves. Use caution in employing shading or color to convey meaning, see 8.3.2. Even if you print the paper on a color printer or submit it as a PDF, it may be printed or copied later in black and white. If you use shading, make sure it does not obscure the text of the table, and do not use multiple shades, which might not reproduce distinctly. Table 26.2. Election results in Godfrith Province, 1950-60. 1950, 1956, 1960. Party. Percent of vote. Seats. 1%. of vote. Seats. 1% of vote. Seats. 1. Provincial Assembly. Conservative 35.5 47 26.0 37 30.9 52. Socialist 12.4 1827.1 44 24.8 39 Christian Democrat 49.2 85 41.2 68 39.2 59 Other 2.90 5.71 a 5.10 Total 100.0 150 100.0 150 100.0 150 National Assembly Conservative 32.64 23.83 28.33 Socialist 13.51 27.33 24.12 Christian Democrat 52.17 42.86 46.48 Other 1.806 101.20 Total 100.0 12 100.0 12 100.0 13b 1950 1956 1960 Party Percent of Vote Seats 1% of Vote Seats 1% of Vote Seats 1 Provincial Assembly Source Data from Erewan 1950, 1956, 1960 The seat was won by a radical socialist, who became a member of the Conservative Coalition. B. Reapportionment in 1960 gave Gottfried an additional seat in the National Assembly. 26.2.4 Column heads. A table must have at least 2 columns, each with a head or heading at the top that names the data in the column below. When possible, use noun phrases for column heads. Keep them short to avoid an excessively wide table or heads that take up too many lines. Capitalize column head sentence style, see 22.3.1. Align the stub head left, see 26.2.5. Column heads can be set left or centered over the widest entry in the column below. Align the bottom of all heads horizontally. You may need to include special types of heads in addition to the column heads. Such a head may apply to 2 or more columns of data. Center the head over the relevant columns with a partial width horizontal rule beneath. And, if necessary, above it. Table 26.2 shows heads both above the main column heads, 1950, 1956, and 1960, and below them, Provincial Assembly and National Assembly. Heads may have explanatory tags to clarify or to indicate the unit of measure for data in the column below. Enclose such tags in parentheses. You may use abbreviations and symbols, mpg, kilometers, pound, percent, $m, and so on, but be consistent within and among your tables. Responses, percent. Pesos, millions. 26.2.5 The stub. The leftmost column of a table, called the stub, lists the categories of data in each row. Include a column head for the stub whenever possible, even if it is generic, typical characteristic or variable. Omit the head only if it would merely repeat the table title or if the categories in the stub are too diverse. for a single head. Make stub entries nouns or noun phrases whenever possible, and keep them consistent in form, books, journal articles, manuscripts, rather than books, articles published in journals, manuscripts. Use the same word for the same item in all of your tables. For example, if you use former USSR in one table, do not use former Soviet Union in another. Capitalize all stub entries sentence style, see 22.3.1, with no terminal periods. Set the stub head and entries left, indent any run-over lines, unless you've left enough space between rows to distinguish entries from each other. To show the sum of the numbers in a column, include an indented stub entry titled Total, see Table 26.2. If the stub column includes subentries as well as main entries, see Table 26.3, distinguish them through indentation, italics, or both. Follow the same principles listed above for main entries for capitalization and so forth. Table 26.3. Unemployment rates for working-age New Yorkers. 2000. As percent of labor force. Unemployment rate female-male both sexes. All workers 6.15.4. By education, ages 25-64. Less than high school 11.95.8. High school degree 5.45.0. Some college 4.24.5. BA or more 2.62.3. By age 16, 19. 19.3. 20, 34. 6.5. 35, 54. 4.7. 55, 64. 2.9. Source: data adapted from Mark Levitin. It Did Happen Here, The Rise in Working Poverty in New York City, in New York and Los Angeles, Politics, Society, and Culture, A Comparative View, ed. David Halley, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 2003, Table 8.2. Note: working age is deemed as ages 16 to 64. Educational level is not tracked below the age of 25 in census data. 26.2.6 The body of a table. The body of a table consists of cells containing your data, which may be words, numbers, or both. See Table 26.1. If the data are numerical, and all values in a column, or in the entire table, are in thousands, or millions, omit the rightmost zeros and note the unit in an explanatory tag in the relevant column head, see 26.2.4, in the table title. 26.2.2, or in a footnote, 26.2.7. Indicate an empty cell with 3 spaced periods, ellipses, dots, centered as in Table 26.3. 26.2.6.1 Horizontal alignment. Align the data in each row with the stub entry for that row. If the stub entry runs over onto 2 or more lines but the related data does not, align the row with the bottom line of the stub entry. If both the stub entry and the data in the same row run over onto 2 or more lines, align the row with the top line of the stub entry. If necessary, insert leaders, lines of periods, or dots, to lead the readers from the stub to the data in the RST column. For an example of leaders in a similar context, cg A5 26.2.6.2 Vertical alignment. Align a column of numbers vertically on their real or implied decimal points, so that readers can compare the values in the column. If all numerical values in a column have a 0 before a decimal point, you may omit the zeros, cg A13. Align dollar signs, percent signs, degrees, and so on. But if they occur in every cell in the column, delete them from the cells and give the unit as a tag. In the column head, see 26.2.4, Table 26.2, and G. A13. If the data consist of words, either center each column under the column head or, especially if the data consist of longer items, or items that include runover, align each column left. 26.2.7 Footnotes. If a table has footnotes, position them left, single-spaced. Leave a blank line between the bottom rule of the table and the RST note, and also between notes. Footnotes may be presented in a smaller font than the rest of the text. Consult your local guidelines. Footnotes for tables can be of 4 kinds. 1. Source lines, discussed in 26.1.3. 2. General footnotes that apply to the whole table. 3. Footnotes that apply to specific parts of the table, and 4. Notes on levels of statistical significance. If you have more than one kind of note, put them in that order. 26.2.7.1 General Notes. General notes apply to the entire table. They deem abbreviations, expand on the table title, specify how data were collected or derived, indicate rounding of values, and so on. Gather all such remarks into a single note. Do not put a note number, or other symbol, anywhere in the table or the table title, or with the note itself. Simply begin the note with the word note, capitalized, in italics, followed by a colon. See also Table 26.3. Note, since not all data were available, there is disparity in the totals. Specific notes. Notes to explain specific items in a table can be attached to any part of the table except the table number or title. Designate such notes with lowercase superscript letters rather than numbers, both within the table and in the note itself. Do not begin the note with the word note but with the same superscript letter, with no period or colon following. A total excludes trade and labor employees. If you include more than one such note in a table, as in Table 26.2, use letters in sequential order, beginning at the upper left of the table, running left to right and then downward, row by row. If a note applies to 2 or more items in the table, use the same letter for each item. If it applies to all items in a column or row, put the letter in the relevant column head or stub entry. 26.2.7.3 Notes on statistical significance. If you include notes on the statistical significance of your data, also called probability notes, and if the significance levels are standard, designate notes with asterisks, both within the table and in the note itself. Use a single asterisk for the lowest level of probability, 2 for the next higher, and 3 for the level after that. If, however, you are noting significance levels other than standard ones, use superscript letters instead. Because these footnotes are short and they share a single purpose, you may combine them on the same line, spaced, without intervening punctuation. The letter P, for probability, no period after it, should be lowercase and italic. Omit zeros before decimal points, see 23.1.3. Asterisk P. 26.3 Figures. The term GUR refers to a variety of images, including charts, graphs, diagrams, photographs, maps, musical examples, and drawings. Most such materials can be prepared and inserted into a paper electronically. The technical details are software specific and too complex to be covered in this book, but some general guidelines are presented in A31. This section describes some principles for presenting two types of GURs created from data, charts and graphs. It also discusses captions for GURs of all kinds. Treat a video, an animation, or any other multimedia that cannot be presented in print form as an appendix, CA23. 26.3.1 Charts and Graphs. In many situations, you may choose to present data in a chart or graph. Chapter 8 lays out criteria for using these graphic forms as well as general design principles for them. It also provides examples of several different types of graphics. For detailed guidance on constructing charts and graphs, consult a reliable authority. Each chart and graph in your paper should take the form that best communicates its data and supports its claim, but consistency both within and across these items is essential to ensure that readers will understand your data. Keep in mind the following principles when presenting charts and graphs of any type. Represent elements of the same kind: axes, lines, data points, bars, wedges in the same way. Use distinct visual effects only to make distinctions, never just for variety. Use Arabic numerals for all numerical data. Label all axes using sentence-style capitalization. Keep the labels short. Following the principles outlined in 8.3.1. Use the GUR caption, c. 26.3.2, to explain any aspects of the data that cannot be captured in the labels. To save space, you can use abbreviations and symbols more freely than you can in text, but use them sparingly and consistently. If standard abbreviations do not exist, create your own and explain them either in the caption or, if there are many, in a list of abbreviations in your paper's front matter, CA21. Label lines, data points, and other items within the chart or graph that require explanation using either all lowercase letters, for single words, or sentence-style capitalization, for phrases. If phrases and single words both appear, they should all be styled the same, as in G8.3. The other principles described above for axis labels also apply to labels of this type. Use caution in employing shading or color to convey meaning, see 8.3.2. Even if you print the paper on a color printer, or submit it as a PDF, it may be printed or copied later in black and white. If you use shading, make sure it does not obscure any text in the GUR, and do not use multiple shades, which might not reproduce distinctly. 26.3.2 Figure numbers and captions. In general, every GUR in your paper should have a number and a caption. But if you include only a few GURs in your paper and do not specifically refer to them in the text, omit the numbers. Figure captions may be presented in a smaller font than the rest of your text. Consult your local guidelines. On the line below the GUR, write the word figure, left, capitalized in Roman type, followed by the GUR number, in Arabic numerals, followed by a period. After a space, give the caption, usually followed by a terminal period, but see 26.3.3.2. If a caption runs onto more than one line, the runover should be left, single-spaced. Figure 6. The Great Mosque of Córdoba, 8th to 10th century. An exception, in examples from musical scores, place the GUR number and caption above the GUR rather than below. 26.3.3.1 Figure numbers. Number GURs separately from tables, in the order in which you mention them in the text. If you have only a few GURs, number them consecutively throughout the paper, even across chapters. If you have many GURs and many chapters, use double numeration, that is, the chapter number followed by a period followed by the GUR number, as in Figure 12.4. When you refer to a GUR in the text, specify the GUR number, in GUR 3, rather than its location, below, because you may end up moving the GUR while editing or formatting the paper. Do not capitalize the word GUR in text references to GURs, and do not abbreviate it as G, except in parenthetical references, for example, CG10. 26.3.3.2 Figure captions. Figure captions are more varied than table titles. In some cases, captions can consist solely of a noun phrase, capitalized sentence style, see 22.3.1, without a terminal period. Figure 9. Mary MacLeod Bethune, leader of the Black Cabinet. More complex captions begin with a noun phrase followed by one or more complete sentences. Such captions are also capitalized sentence style but have terminal periods, even after the initial incomplete sentence. If your captions include a mix of both types, you may include a terminal period in those of the RST type for consistency. Figure 16. Benito Juárez, Mexico's great president, a contemporary and friend of Abraham Lincoln, represents the hard-fought triumph of Mexican liberalism at mid-century. Courtesy of Bancroft Library, University of California at Berkeley. When Agur has a source line, put it at the end of the caption, following the guidelines in 26.1.3. Figure 2.7. The Iao Valley, site of the final battle. Photograph by Anastasia Nauig. Figure 11.3. U.S. population growth, 1900–1999. Data from U.S. Census Bureau, Historical National Population Estimates, revised June 28, 2000, http www.census.gov/popist. Sometimes a caption is attached to Agur consisting of several parts. Identify the parts in the caption with terms such as top, bottom, above, left to right, and clockwise from left, italicized to distinguish them from the caption itself, or with lowercase italic letters. Figure 6. Above left, William Livingston, right, Henry Brockholst. Livingston, below left, John J., right, Sarah Livingston J. Figure 15. 4 types of Hawaiian fish hooks: A. Barbed hook of tortoise shell, B. Trolling hook with pearl shell lure and point of human bone, C. Octopus lure with cowrie shell, stone sinker and large bone hook, D. Barbed hook of human thigh bone. If the caption for a gur will not be on the same page as the gur itself, put it on the nearest preceding text page, CA314, with placement identification in italics before the gur number and caption. Next page, Figure 19. A toddler using a 4th-generation iPhone. Refinements in touchscreen technology helped Apple and other corporations broaden the target market for their products. Appendix, paper format and submission. A1 General Format Requirements. A11 Margins. A12 Font. A13 Spacing and Indentation. A14 Pagination. A15 Titles. A2 Format Requirements for Specific Elements. A21 Front Matter. A22 Text. A23 Back Matter. A3 File Preparation and Submission Requirements. A31 Preparing your files. A32 Submitting electronic files. A33 Submitting hard copy. When you are writing a thesis, a dissertation, or a class paper, you must observe certain format and style requirements. 1 For a thesis or dissertation. These requirements are set by your department or your university's Office of Theses and Dissertations. For a class paper, they are set by your instructor. You may also have to follow specific procedures for submitting the paper, whether in hard copy or electronically. If your paper will be submitted to an electronic repository maintained by a service like ProQuest or by your university, additional guidelines may apply. Be particularly aware of these requirements if you are writing a thesis or dissertation. You will be judged on how well you follow the academic conventions of your ELD. Also, many of the rules for format and submission are intended to make the preserved copy, bound or electronic, as accessible as possible for future readers. The guidelines presented here are widely accepted for the format and submission of theses and dissertations, but most universities have their own requirements, which are usually available from the Office of Theses and Dissertations. Review the current guidelines of your department or university before you submit your thesis or dissertation. Those local guidelines take precedence over the recommendations provided here. In general, the requirements for a class paper are less extensive and strict than those for a thesis or dissertation. Such papers usually have fewer elements, and since they are not likely to be bound or preserved electronically, there are fewer submission requirements. Even so, you may be expected to follow certain guidelines set by your instructor or department, and those guidelines take precedence over the guidelines suggested here. This appendix assumes that you will prepare your paper on a computer and submit it as an electronically, hard copy, or both. A full-featured Word processor like Microsoft Word can be used to set margin size, number pages, place and number footnotes, and insert tables and graphs according to the guidelines in this appendix. If you are using a different application, make sure it includes all the formatting options that you will need. And if you are following specific guidelines set by your instructor or institution, make sure to check your paper's format carefully against those guidelines before submitting it, if you are submitting an electronically and a printout. Review the formatting of both. A1 General Format Requirements. This section addresses general format issues that apply to your paper as a whole. For discussion of specific elements and their individual format requirements, see A2. Your instructor, department, or university may have guidelines or templates that differ from the advice offered here. If so, those guidelines take precedence. A11 Margins. Nearly all papers in the United States are produced on standard pages of 8 × 11 inches, regardless of whether they are submitted electronically or as hard copy. Leave a margin of at least 1 inch on all 4 edges of the page. For a thesis or dissertation intended to be bound, you may need to leave a bigger margin on the left side, usually 1 inches. Be sure that any material placed in headers or footers, including page numbers and other identifiers, CA14, falls within the margins specified in your local guidelines. A12 Font. Choose a single, readable, and widely available font, also called typeface, such as Times New Roman or Arial, to ensure your text displays correctly. You may need to embed the font in the electronically, see also A32. Avoid ornamental fonts, which can distract readers and make your work seem less serious. For the characteristics of specific fonts, see Robert Bringhurst, The Elements of Typographic Style, 4th ed. Seattle, Hartley and Marks, 2013. In general, use the equivalent of at least 10-point Arial or 12-point Times New Roman for the body of the text. Some fonts, like Arial, take up more space on a line and appear larger than other fonts at the same point size. Footnotes or endnotes, headings, tables, and other elements might require other type sizes or fonts. Check your local guidelines. A13 spacing and indentation. Double space all text in papers except the following items, which should be single spaced. Block quotations, see 25.2.2. Table titles and your captions. Lists in appendixes. The following items should be single spaced internally but with a blank line between items. Certain elements in the front matter, CA21, including the table of contents and any list of GERs, tables, or abbreviations. Footnotes or endnotes. Bibliographies or reference lists. For single spacing, a setting of up to 1.15 lines may be allowed. And some departments or universities allow or require single spacing or 1.5 spaces between lines in the body of the text. Check your local guidelines. Put only one space, not two, between sentences. Use tabs or indents rather than spaces for paragraph indentation and to adjust other content requiring consistent alignment. Block quotations have their own rules for indentation, depending on whether they are prose or poetry, see 25.2.2. A14 pagination. A141 numbering. If your only front matter is a title page, do not number that page. Number pages in the body of the paper and the back matter with Arabic numerals, starting on the RST page of text, page 2 if you count the title page. If you are writing a thesis or dissertation, number front matter separately from the rest of the text. You may need to insert a section break in your document in order to accomplish this task. Front matter includes the title page and various other elements, see A21. Number these pages consecutively with lowercase Roman numerals, I, 2, 3, etc., see table 23.1. Every page of front matter except the submission page is usually counted in numbering, but not all of these pages have numbers displayed on them. Departments and universities often provide specific directions for numbering front matter pages. If yours does not, follow the guidelines in this appendix. The rest of the text, including back matter, CA23, is numbered consecutively with Arabic numerals, usually starting with page 1. A142 placement. Page numbers are usually placed in one of 4 locations, centered or upright in the footer, at the bottom of the page, or centered or upright in the header, at the top of the page. For class papers, choose one of these locations and follow it consistently. Traditionally, page numbers for theses and dissertations have been placed in different locations depending on the part of the paper, as shown in the samples in this appendix. In the footer, all front matter pages, pages in the text and back matter that bear titles, such as the RST page of a chapter or an appendix. In the header, all other pages in the text and back matter. Many departments and universities have eliminated these distinctions and now require consistent placement of page numbers throughout a thesis or dissertation. Some specify a location, while others allow you to choose. In any position, the number should be at least half an inch from the edge of the page. Check your local guidelines. A143 Other identifiers. In some settings you may be allowed or even encouraged to include identifying information besides the page number in the header or footer. For a class paper, your instructor may ask you to include your last name, the date of the paper, or a designation such as first draft. For longer papers, chapter or section titles help readers keep track of their location in the text. The requirements for headers and footers in theses and dissertations vary, so consult your local guidelines. A15 Titles. Depending on its complexity, your paper may consist of many elements, as listed in A2, and most of them should have a title. Use the same font, type size, and formatting style, bold, italic, etc., for the titles of like elements. In general, and unless your local guidelines say otherwise, titles should appear in bold. A more traditional method calls for full capitalization, like this, but this has the undesirable effect of obscuring the capitalization of individual words in a title. On the title page, center each element and use headline style capitalization for all, including the title of your paper. Your local guidelines may require sentence style capitalization for the title of your paper. See 22.3.1 for the two styles. Titles for the front and back matter are also typically centered, as are chapter number designations and chapter titles. For chapter titles, use headline style capitalization unless your local guidelines specify sentence style. All such elements may be in a larger type size than the text of your paper. Check your local guidelines. For subheadings within chapters, see A224. If your local guidelines are exible, you may use different typography and format from those described here for various types of titles, as long as you are consistent. Titles of larger divisions, parts, chapters, should be more visually prominent than subheadings. In general, titles are more prominent when larger or centered, or both, in bold or italic type, or capitalized headline style than when left, in regular type, or capitalized sentence style. The most efficient way to ensure consistency in titles is to use your word processor to design and apply a unique style, specifying font, size, bold or italic, position, line spacing, and so forth, for each type of title. See also A312. A2 format requirements for specific elements. In addition to the general requirements outlined in A1, specific elements of a paper have specific format requirements. This section describes elements most commonly found in class papers, theses, and dissertations, and it provides samples of many of them. All of the samples except GERS A1 and A8 are pages drawn from dissertations written at the University of Chicago. As needed, the pages have been edited to match the style and format recommendations in this manual. If your instructor, department, or university has specific guidelines that differ from these samples, they take precedence. Most long papers and all theses and dissertations have three main divisions: 1. Front matter, 2. The text of the paper itself, and 3. Back matter. The front and back matter are also divided into elements that will vary depending on your paper. In a class paper, the front matter will probably be a single title page and the back matter just a bibliography or reference list. A21 Front matter. The front matter of your thesis or dissertation may include some or all of the following elements. Departments and universities usually provide specific directions for the order of elements. If yours does not, follow the order given here. A211 Submission page. Most theses and dissertations include a submission page, usually as the RST page of the document. If it appears in this position, it does not bear a page number and is not counted in paginating the front matter. The submission page states that the paper has been submitted in partial fulfillment of the requirements for an MA, or MS, or PhD degree. The wording varies, and it includes space for the signatures of the examining committee members. Most departments and universities provide model submission pages that should be followed exactly for wording and form. In electronic submissions, the signatures may need to be omitted and submitted separately on paper. Consult your local guidelines. A212 Title page. Class papers should begin with a title page, but some put the title on the RST page of the text. Consult your instructor. Place the title of the paper a third of the way down the page, usually centered. See A15. If the paper has both a main title and a subtitle, put the main title on a single line, followed by a colon, and begin the subtitle on a new line with an intervening line space. Several lines below it, place your name along with any information requested by your instructor, such as the course title, including its department and number, and the date. Figure A1 shows a sample title page for a class paper. For most such papers, this is the only front matter needed. Figure A1. Title page for a class paper. For a thesis or dissertation, most departments and universities provide model title pages that should be followed exactly for wording and form. Otherwise, use your A2 as a model. Count the title page as page I, but do not put that number on it. Figure A2. Title page for a dissertation. Reprinted with permission. From Julia Akini Brookins, Immigrant Settlers and Frontier Citizens. German Texas in the American Empire, 1835-1890, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago, 2013. A213 Copyright page. In a thesis or dissertation, insert a copyright page after the title page. Count this page as page 2, but do not put that number on it unless directed by your local guidelines. Include the copyright notice near the top of this page, usually left, in this form. Copyright 20XX by your name. All rights reserved. You need not apply for a formal copyright. However, in cases of infringement, formal registration provides additional protections. For more information, see Chapter 4 in the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th ed., 2017. A214 Abstract. Most departments and universities require that a thesis or dissertation include an abstract summarizing its contents, including any supplementary materials. See A232. Abstracts of papers submitted to ProQuest will be featured as part of its dissertations and theses database. Count the RST page of the abstract as page 3, and number all pages. Label the RST page abstract at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text. Double space the text of the abstract, and format it to match the main text. Most departments or universities have specific models for abstracts that you should follow exactly for content, word count, format, placement, and pagination. The abstract may also need to be submitted as a separate document, usually as part of an online submission form. See also A32. At the same time, a list of keywords may be required. Consult your local guidelines. A215 Dedication. If your department or university allows dedications, you may include a brief one to acknowledge someone who has been especially important to you. Number the dedication page with a Roman numeral. Place the dedication a third of the way down the page, centered, and set it in regular type with no terminal punctuation. You need not include the word dedication or dedicated, simply say to Jamila. You may identify the person to whom you dedicate the work, to my father, Sebastian Wells, and give other information such as birth and death dates. A216 Epigraph. If your department or university allows epigraphs, you may include a brief one in addition to or instead of a dedication. An epigraph is a quotation that establishes a theme of the paper. It is most appropriate when its words are especially striking and uniquely capture the spirit of your work. Number the epigraph page with a Roman numeral. You should not include the word epigraph on the page. Place the epigraph a third of the way down the page, either centered or treated as a block quotation. See 25.2.2. Do not enclose it in quotation marks. Give the source on a new line, set us right and preceded by an M dash. See 21.7.2. Often the author's name alone is sufficient, but you may also include the title of the work, see 22.3.2, and, if it seems relevant, the date of the quotation. Thus out of small beginnings greater things have been produced by his hand. and, as one small candle may light 1,000, so the light here kindled hath shone unto many, yea, in some sort to our whole nation. William Bradford. Some people think the women are the cause of modernism. Whatever that is. New York Sun, February 13, 1917. Epigraphs may also appear at the beginning of a chapter or section, see 25.2.2.3 and GUR A9. A217 Table of Contents. All papers divided into chapters require a table of contents. Number all pages of this element with Roman numerals. Label the RST page contents at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST item listed. Single space individual items listed, but add a blank line after each item. Between the lists for the front and back matter and the chapters, or between parts, leave 2 blank lines. 2 blank lines can also intervene between an introduction and the RST chapter or between the last chapter and a conclusion. A table of contents does not list pages that precede it: submission page, title page, copyright page, abstract, dedication, epigraph, or the table of contents itself, but should begin with the front matter pages that follow it. Following these items, list in order the parts, chapters, or other units of the text, and then the elements of the back matter. If you have subheads in the text, CA 224, you need not include them in your table of contents. If you do include them, list only the RST level unless further levels are specific enough to give readers an accurate overview of your paper. Be sure that the wording, capitalization, number style, Arabic, Roman, or spelled out, and punctuation of all titles, CA15, and subheads match exactly those in the paper. Give page numbers only for the RST page of each listed item, not the full span of pages, and use lowercase Roman or Arabic numerals as on the pages themselves. List page numbers upright, and, if you choose, use a line of periods or dots, called leaders, a feature available from the tab setting of most word processors, to lead a reader's eye from each title to the page number. To ensure consistency between the table of contents and the items that it lists, you can use your word processor to generate the table of contents automatically. This will also ensure that the page number listings remain accurate. Just be sure to double-check for proper formatting and to make sure that no items have been inadvertently omitted. Figure A3 shows a sample table of contents for a paper with a simple structure. Chapter titles appear left, with page numbers right. Figure A3. Table of contents. Reprinted with permission from Daniel W. Pratt, Aesthetic Selves, Non-Narrative Constructions of Identity in Central Europe, Ph.D. Dis, University of Chicago, 2014. For a more complex paper, follow the logic of your paper's organization. Unless your local guidelines require a specific format. Figure A4 shows the RST page of a long table of contents. To distinguish chapter titles from subheadings, you may indent the subheadings, with each level consistently indented half an inch to the right of the preceding level. Figure A4. First page of a table of contents with part number and subheadings. Reprinted with permission from Julia Akini Brookins. Immigrant settlers and frontier citizens, German Texas in the American Empire, 1835-1890, Ph.D. Dis, University of Chicago. 2013. A218 List of figures, tables, or illustrations. If your thesis or dissertation, or long class paper, includes figures, tables, or both, you may choose to list them in the front matter. Number all pages of such a list with Roman numerals. If your paper includes only figures, see chapter 26 for definitions. Label the RST page figures at the top of the page. If it includes only tables, label it tables instead. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST item listed. Single space individual items listed, but leave a blank line between items. Figure A5 shows a sample list of tables. Figure A5. List of tables. Reprinted with permission from Mary Channon Caldwell, singing, dancing, and rejoicing in the round. Latin sacred songs with refrains, circa 1015-82, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago, 2013. If your paper includes both figures and tables, you may provide a separate list for each, or your local guidelines may allow you to combine them into a single list. In the latter case, label the list illustrations, following the pattern described above, but divide it into 2 sections labeled figures and tables, as in Figure A6. Figure A6. List of illustrations. Reprinted with permission from Julia Akini Brookins, Immigrant Settlers and Frontier Citizens, German Texas in the American Empire, 1835-1890, Ph.D. Dis, University of Chicago, 2013. Give each table or figure number in Arabic numerals, and vertically align the list on the last digit. If you are using double numeration, as in G. A5, align the numbers on the decimals instead. Your word processor should allow you to set a right, or decimal aligned tab stop as needed. Figure captions and table titles should match the wording and capitalization of those in the paper itself, but if they are very long, shorten them in a logical way for the entries in the list. See 26.2.2 and 26.3.2 for more on table titles and figure captions. List page numbers right and, if you choose, use leader dots, CA217, to connect the captions and titles to page numbers. A219 Preface. In a thesis or dissertation, you may include a preface to explain what motivated your study, the background of the project, the scope of the research, and the purpose of the paper. The preface may also include acknowledgments, unless they are so numerous and detailed that they merit their own section, CA2110. Number all pages of this element with Roman numerals. Label the RST page preface at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text. Double space the text of the preface, and format it to match the main text. A2110 Acknowledgements. In a thesis or dissertation you may have a separate section of acknowledgements in which you thank mentors and colleagues or name the individuals or institutions that supported your research or provided special assistance, such as consultation on technical matters or aid in securing special equipment and source materials. You may also be required to acknowledge the owners of copyrighted material who have given you permission to reproduce their work. If your only acknowledgements are for routine help by an advisor or a committee, include them in the preface, CA219, or omit them entirely. Number all pages of the acknowledgements with Roman numerals. Label the RST page. Acknowledgements at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text. Double space the text of the acknowledgements, and format it to match the main text. A2111 List of abbreviations. If your thesis, or dissertation, or long class paper, includes an unusual number of abbreviations other than the common types discussed in Chapter 24, list them in the front matter. Examples of items to include would be abbreviations for sources cited frequently, see 16.4.3, or for organizations that are not widely known. 24.1.2. Number all pages of such a list with Roman numerals. Label the RST page. Abbreviations at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST item listed. Single space individual items listed, but leave a blank line between items. Figure A7 shows a sample list of abbreviations. The abbreviations in this sample are italic only because they correspond to titles of published works. Figure A7. List of abbreviations. The abbreviations are italicized because they correspond to titles of published works. Reprinted with permission from Mary Channon Caldwell, singing, dancing, and rejoicing in the round, Latin sacred songs with refrains, circa 1582, Ph.D. Dis, University of Chicago, 2013. Note that the items are arranged alphabetically by the abbreviation, not by the spelled out term. The abbreviations themselves are USH left. Spelled out terms, including Runover, are set on a consistent indent that allows about ½ an inch of space between the longest abbreviation in the RST column and the RST word in the second column. A2112 Glossary. You may need a glossary if your thesis or dissertation, or long class paper, includes many words from other languages or technical terms and phrases that may be unfamiliar to your readers. Some departments and universities allow or require the glossary to be placed in the back matter, after any appendixes, and before the endnotes and bibliography or reference list. If you are free to choose, put it in the Front matter only if readers must know the definitions before they begin reading. Otherwise put it in the back matter, CA 233. If it appears in the front matter, number all pages of a glossary with Roman numerals. Label the RST page glossary at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST item listed. Single space. Individual items listed, but leave a blank line between items. Figure A8 shows a sample glossary. Figure A8 Glossary. Note that the terms are arranged alphabetically, left and followed by a period, a colon or dash is sometimes used. You may put the terms in bold type to make them stand out. The translation or definition follows, with its RST word capitalized and a terminal period. If, however, the definitions consist of only single words or brief phrases, do not use terminal periods. If a definition is more than one line, indent the runover by ½ an inch. A2113 Editorial or Research Method. If your thesis or dissertation requires an extensive preliminary discussion of your editorial method, such as your choices among variant texts, or research method, include it as a separate element. You can also discuss method in the preface. If all you need to clarify is that you have modernized capitalization and punctuation in quoted sources, put that in the preface or in a note attached to the RST. Such quotation. Number all pages of a discussion on method with Roman numerals. Label the RST page editorial method or research method at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text. Double space the text of this section, and format it to match the main text. A22 text. The text of a paper includes everything between the front matter and the back matter. It begins with your introduction and ends with your conclusion, both of which may be as short as a single paragraph or as long as several pages. In a thesis or dissertation, the text is usually separated into chapters and sometimes into parts, sections, and subsections. Many longer class papers are also divided in this way. Since most of the text consists of paragraphs laying out your endings, there are few format requirements for the body of the text. The only additional issues are how to begin divisions of the text, how to format notes or parenthetical citations, and how to position tables and anchors within the text. Begin the Arabic numbering of your paper with the RST page of the text. Normally page 1 or 2, CA 141. A221 Introduction. Many theses and dissertations, and some long class papers, begin with a section that previews the contents and argument of the entire paper and is so distinct that the writer separates it from the rest of the paper. The background of the project and any issues that informed the research should be covered in the preface, CA 219. If you begin with such an introduction, label the RST page introduction at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text. If the substance of your introductory material is not clearly distinct from the chapters that follow it, consider incorporating it into your RST chapter. A222 parts. If you divide the text of your thesis or dissertation into 2 or more parts, each including 2 or more chapters, begin each part with a part title page. The RST part title page follows the introduction, even if the introduction is labeled Chapter 1. Count a part title page in paginating, but do not put a page number on it except in the case described below or unless directed by your local guidelines. Label this page part, followed by the part number at the top of the page. Depending on your local guidelines, give the part number either in capitalized Roman numerals, 2, or spelled out, 2. Be sure to number the chapters in a different style, see A223. If the part has a descriptive title in addition to its number, place this title 2 lines down, following a blank line. If you include text introducing the contents of the part on the part title page, number the page with an Arabic numeral. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text. Follow a consistent format for all of your part title pages. If one part has a descriptive title in addition to a number, then give all parts descriptive titles. If one part has introductory text, then include introductory text in all parts. A223 chapters. Most theses and dissertations, and many long class papers, consist of 2 or more chapters. Each chapter begins on a new page. Label this page chapter followed by the chapter number at the top of the page. You may give the chapter number either in Arabic numerals, 4, or spelled out, 4. If your paper has parts, choose a different style of numbering for the chapter numbers, for example, Part 2 but Chapter 4. If the chapter has a descriptive title in addition to its number, place this title 2 lines down, following a blank line. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text. Figure A9 shows a sample RST page of a chapter with an epigraph, see 25.2.2.3 and A216. Figure A9. First page of a chapter. Reprinted with permission from Mary Channon Caldwell, singing, dancing, and rejoicing in the round, Latin sacred songs with refrains, circa 1015-82, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago, 2013. An alternative format is to omit the word chapter and use only the chapter number and title, which can then appear on the same line, separated by a colon. Do not use this format, however, if your paper has parts as well as chapters, if it does not have chapter titles, or if there is any possibility of confusing a new chapter with any other division of the paper. A224 sections and subsections. Long chapters in theses.